Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, y'all. Welcome back. We're late already. Do we have Commissioner Wilson ready to go?
I'm ready, Chairman.
Hey, we don't see your beautiful face.
It's not up there. I don't want to hide it.
There he is. Commissioner Wilson, thank you for taking the time and the effort. I know it's a little difficult. You're just 6 hours ahead, so you've already had a long day, and we appreciate you being here. And no further delay. The floor is yours.
Chairman, thank you so much. Good evening from a snowy, cold Switzerland. I think I never would have guessed that Georgia would be colder than it is in Switzerland right now, but that was the case when I checked in with my kids this morning before school. You guys are facing some pipe blowing weather over there.
It is very cold.
So let me thank the committee and chairman for allowing me to zoom into the budget. I'm Pat Wilson, Commissioner of the Department of Economic Development. And I think in the room today, you've got my CFO, John Moffitt, and Josh Stevens, who's our Policy and Legislative Director. They'll be available to answer any questions after the presentation. And you should also have a handout in front of you that provides some additional statistics and backup information on the year that we've had, which has been pretty outstanding. I was just with the governor. He asked me to say a few words about the trip so far before I began my presentation. And I do want to say that it has been outstanding, and we're looking to close the week strong. And so for those of you who don't know, the Economic Forum is a pretty tremendous opportunity for us. We're the only state here, and we have the ability to meet with decision makers of companies from around the world who are all in one place. And we get to meet with those companies from multiple continents and talk to them about moving their business to Georgia or growing in Georgia. And that we want them to consider Georgia for future investment and job growth. And the governor's been laser focused on that message, and the meetings have gone very well. At the same time, we're here to maximize this trip by meeting with Swiss companies who've invested in Georgia, and really we're able to talk to several investment projects that are still in the location phase, and that's turned out pretty terrifically as well. We started the week with Corvalia. That's a bottle cap maker that's expanded multiple times. They supply Coke and Dr. Pepper and Pepsi. They're in Noonan, Georgia. We met with Stadler, the company that won the contract to revitalize the MARTA fleet of trains. They should be testing those trains this year with delivery soon thereafter. And it's a new look. It looks pretty fantastic. And then we're closing out the week with OnCloud. On has experienced exponential growth in the market. Chairman Hatchett, I've seen you wearing your OnCloud shoes. They are building a huge distribution and fulfillment center in Henry County with a partnership with Kuna Nagel, which is a German company. And you've got Griff coming up next from the Port of Savannah, GPA. They are a huge port user too. So that they're going to have a big fulfillment center, and Georgia's going to be their hub for the United States. Then we have a couple of additional investment projects to close out the week, and hopefully to talk them into bringing new jobs to Georgia. So things have gone really well. I'm going to jump in and talk about the department's budget and the governor's recommendation, and I'll provide you some context and background around what the governor's recommended for the department. And I'm going to start with 24, and then I'll move on to FY25. Starting with FY24, following the governor's budget directions, we went to each division and asked them where strategically an increase of 3% could be best used to further the mission of creating jobs for Georgians. So as a reminder, there's 7 divisions in the department plus departmental administration, which really is the backbone of all the divisions. We're grateful for the governor's additions and the priorities that he and OPB addressed in their recommended budget. So first, and the one ad that you see across every division is the $1,000 bonus for state employees. Let me thank the governor and the General Assembly. You guys are being creative to help us try to find ways to slow the brain drain that we're seeing out of state government, not only on the back end, but the ability to recruit on the front end. And so, whether it's the $1,000 bonus or whether it's the 4% increase, that's a big deal. And I want to say thank you for that. We have some divisions that have extremely high turnover. And while that won't fix everything, it is absolutely helpful. So I'm going to start with departmental administration. There were 2 budget enhancements in the governor's budget request. Our priority request out of all the asks that we made to the governor was an increase in our admin budget to cover incremental rent increases. So the department moved into our current space in Midtown in 2005, and we negotiated a very favorable rate in Midtown, and that rate included a 2% increase each year. We are still significantly, in fact, about maybe probably 2/3 of the average rent in Midtown. But we've never asked for an increase in our budget to cover the percentage increase in rent. And so what we did was we asked each division to pay a percentage based on how much space they take up in the office. That ability to cover rent with that increase would allow us to free up funding in each division. And so this was our top priority, and an increase of $300,000 was included in the governor's budget. So secondly, we requested additional funding to replace our vehicles in the department fleet. And so currently the department has 8 vehicles in the fleet. These vehicles are used to host companies, to take people around the state. We have people coming and going on industrial sites, throwing luggage and other travel things into these cars. We have a fleet. We had a fleet that was made up of Georgia-made 2017 Kia Sorrentos, and then 2 Kia vans as well. And so we found out that we just needed a refresh, but B, we needed bigger vehicles. And so last year we updated 3 of our Sorrentos to Tellurides. This year we asked the governor for funding to update the rest of the fleet into Georgia-made Kia Tellurides, a Kia Carnival van, and 1 Kia EV9, which will be the first electric vehicle to roll off the line in Georgia later this spring in West Point. And so the governor's budget included $225,000 to finish revitalizing our fleet. So next, I'm going to move to the Georgia Council for the Arts. Not many people know that the state owns a very large art collection that was acquired over a number of years, both through donations of artwork and then acquired pieces from Georgia artists. When GCA moved to the department in 2011, the collection had been crammed into every corner of the GCA office. So we brought some of it into the department, and then we boxed some of it up and moved it to the state archives. And by large, it's thousands of pieces. To my knowledge, we've never had an inventory and accounting of the collection. And so there's a long-term issue here. I would love to figure out how we can do something with all of this artwork. But in order to do that, we need to understand what exactly we have on our hands. And so we requested, and the governor included an add of $30,000 for our budget to do just that. International relations and our trade division. Here we asked for $200,000 to be added back into our budget to support Georgia companies that are exporting goods around the world. So our international trade division helps Georgia companies sell their products and find new customers in international markets. It is really a backbone of some of the services that we provide Georgia companies, and a majority of these projects are small business support. Generally Coca-Cola doesn't need our help when they're sending products around the world. The big guys know how to do it. And so mainly it's small business, and many times it's agriculture. You look at a lot of the products that we're working with: pine, peanuts, pecans, poultry. So we're looking to restore the funding in that vital program for Georgia small businesses across the state. The governor included that in his budget. Tourism. So we have two pass-through enhancements that were included in our budget for the tourism division, and I'm going to let Frank Poe with the World Congress Center, if he hasn't explained it yet, or hopefully he'll explain it soon. But I'll let him give the context on that. But it's FIFA World Cup and then the college football national championship game. $29.25 million was added for public safety and infrastructure for those events. We know those are major job creation events. They absolutely drive a huge amount of money back into the state budget. And then finally, the second piece of that was $1.5 million that was added to move the 1996 Olympic cauldron. And then finally, innovation and technology. The governor's budget request added $1 million for deployment of hydrogen energy applications. As we've been working with companies not only around the world, but right here at home, and many of them are looking at hydrogen fuel cell vehicles as an alternative to lithium-ion battery vehicles. And what that really focuses on is more longer haul, big rig type vehicles, and really a move for cleaner logistics around moving products. And so a good example is Hyundai. They actually build the Exient truck, which is a hydrogen fuel cell big rig. It is driving and operating in Korea. It is what they use to transport their goods there. They would like to do that in Georgia. So the immediate use of these funds would be to convene a focus group of companies under the governor's Electric Mobility and Innovation Alliance to help us identify existing assets and really broaden our understanding of what the private sector needs in order to be successful. And so that was an important add for us in the 24 budget. And that ends the list of enhancements for us. And I'll move to 25, and this should actually be a little quicker because the several of the enhancements are holdovers from the amended budget to the base. Again, the 4% add, that's fantastic. Thank you for considering that for state employees. I think that's very important. Go back to departmental administration. The governor's budget maintained the increase of $300,000 for rent in the 25 budget. The international relations and trade, 25 budget maintained the $200,000 increase from the amended budget. Rural development. There were 3 adds in the rural development budget. The governor's budget recommended 2 workforce development positions to support the 2 largest job creation projects in state history, which is Hyundai and Rivian. The funding enhancement is $450,000. These positions were committed to and will be and would be fulfilling our obligation to the companies. But at the same time, we're helping Georgians find jobs, and we're helping them acquire the skills necessary to gain employment in these high-tech jobs. And so these positions would really be umbrella positions, helping leverage all of our state resources to fill 8,500 jobs in Savannah and 7,500 jobs in Covington. Additionally, the governor's budget recommended an increase of $200,000 to fund a site development specialist. As many of you know, we're kind of a victim of our own success with many of our best sites around the state now being off the table. We've put companies there. And so in order to continue to be competitive, we really need someone to work with communities and focus on the due diligence that's needed to grow new sites around the state and get them ready for development. The governor has talked about creating a grant fund under One Georgia that we could potentially leverage to help communities put skin in the game and at the same time be matched or assisted through state funding for creation of these programs. And so this would be a person to come in and manage this program and help communities with their infrastructure needs. Every one of our competitor states around the South has a program that is either similar or more robust. And so I think this is something that is definitely needed. And then the governor's budget also moves the funding from the Rural Strike Force from One Georgia to the department's budget to really align the budget with expenditures. And as my Madam Chair, Penny Houston has talked to me about for a number of years, this would move personnel out of One Georgia and into the agency where they're actually housed or overseen. And so I think that that's a good move. And then finally, innovation and technology. The budget includes $25,000 that covers the payroll adjustment from the $2,000 budget increase that was passed last year. And so if you remember the centers of innovation, much like I was just talking about with the Rural Strike Force, they were housed in One Georgia from the time of its creation in the early 2000s until last session when, thank you, General Assembly, you moved it over to the department. It just makes it much easier for us to manage. But it was a direct move of funding from the previous year's budget. And so it did not take into account the $2,000 increase for personnel. And so this is just truing up personal services budget for the Centers of Innovation. And so, Chairman, that's it. That's all that we had in our budget, and I'll open up for questions.
Any questions? Wow. You just covered everything so perfectly. Nobody has a question. And the economy's doing great. We got plenty of jobs. So
that's right.
I don't see any questions. Commissioner, thank you for joining us and being with us, and thanks for all that you and your department do. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you very much.
Josh, you got off easy. Wow, we're ahead of the game. That being said, Griff Lynch, President of the Georgia Ports Authority, welcome. Maybe you can be as successful a presenter as Commissioner.
That's a tall order.
Wilson. Griff, welcome. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Tillery, members of the committee. Thank you for having the Georgia Ports here to speak today. Just to be clear, we're not here to request, so everybody can rest easy, any major capital for the Georgia Ports or our capital projects. We will talk at the end of this presentation about a federal project that requires state share, so we'll hit that at the end of the. So I thought we'd just use this time to give you an update on the Georgia ports. There's a lot of things happening. Obviously, trade is in the news today when it comes to the Suez Canal, the Panama Canal, some other things. So we'll touch on that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions to the extent that we can. So first and foremost, many of you may have seen this slide before or something like it. The Georgia ports is viewed, and we take it seriously, as an economic development engine for the state. That's one of our kind of key mantras. And the most important thing here is the jobs that we create, or we're part of creating. We have the Terry College School of Business do a study for us every couple of years, and the way it looks is that essentially every time we do this study, For every 5 containers that we handle, we create about a job indirectly throughout the state of Georgia. I wish it were the United States. That'd be much better. So that's in trucking, logistics, and things like this. So today we're in that creating about 561,000 jobs. Approximately 1,800 people work for the Georgia ports directly. That's a fluid number. These are our facilities. We will not touch on every one of them today, but in Savannah we have the Garden City Terminal, which is the single largest container terminal in the Western Hemisphere. We've got Ocean Terminal, which is a facility, a $1 billion project we'll describe later, converting it to a container operation. And then down in Brunswick, we're very proud of having an incredible gateway for ro-ro cargo. That's roll on, roll off. Cars, automobiles, heavy equipment like JCB, Kubota, Caterpillar, and things like this. And then into the state, we're now getting more involved in inland ports. Several years ago, it was actually 5 years ago now, that we built the Appalachia Regional Port, which was a partnership with the state. In Chatsworth, been highly successful. Again, we work closely also with GDED, Pat Wilson having just spoke before me. Great job there creating new opportunities for the state. Today, we recently announced in December that we will build another one of these facilities in Northeast Georgia, a $127 million inland port. That what these facilities do is they connect the port to Savannah. They connect these inland locations, sometimes rural, sometimes major distribution areas, to the Port of Savannah. And one is a Norfolk Southern product in conjunction with the GPA in Blue Ridge, the Blue Ridge project in Gainesville, and Chatsworth is a CSX product. The Georgia Ports has a 2-pillar strategy, essentially. If you think about our business, containers are the main driver. About 90% of our revenues come from operating the facility at Garden City, and the other piece of it's ro-ro. So in the container, I mentioned that we're the largest container port in the U.S., 3rd largest in volume, and in ro-ro, we're the 2nd largest. So we have a very strong base to build on. Here's a history of the Georgia ports. If you look at us going back to 2006, the 2 numbers to key in on here is incredible growth, 6% growth over that period of time, which is a leader for the major ports in the country. And also, we're at a record market share at 11% market share, which is fairly large for us. And if you think about us 10 years ago, we were probably in that 7 to 8% range. And every time we can move the needle, it's a big deal. If you look at us globally across the scale, we're the 27th largest port in the world, container port, moving from number 46 number of years ago. Now, we talk about being the fastest growing. It doesn't mean that all things are great right now. There are challenges before us. I think we're hearing about that in the news. But if you think about the Georgia ports going back to 2014 to today, you can see this incredible growth. This million and the 5.8, 5.4, that's 5.4 million TEUs, 20-foot equivalent units, just a standard metric in our industry. So 2023, we took a step back. And the way we look at this is we're comparing that truly against 2020. You think about 21 and 22, we think those numbers were kind of anomalies. They were artificially inflated through the things that resulted from the pandemic that we're all very well informed on. So 2020 is the real comparison there. So we're up 1 million containers or TEUs versus 2020. However, there are headwinds before us, and I'll talk about those in a few moments. On the ro-ro side, we have a great story to tell as well. We're investing heavily here. We're the 2nd largest ro-ro port. We would like to show you the actual number of units, but most ports do not report in units, so we have to show you short tons. The way we like to look at this is we're the 2nd largest port behind Baltimore. We're shooting to be the 1st, and this is again in Brunswick. This past year, this fiscal year 2023, was a record volume lift. That includes automobiles and heavy equipment, like I just talked about with Kubota. 723,000 automobiles and heavy equipment units last year. Incredible story after having some tough years. And if you look, again, those years just prior to that, 2020 to 2022, those numbers were inconsistent because of the shortage of parts and components to build cars. And we're very happy. I heard Commissioner Pat Wilson just talk about Rivian and Hyundai and Kia. All those investments are going to drive further growth through our ports. So we greatly appreciate those investments. So I want to just take a moment, just 2 slides, to talk about what's happening in the industry. And you're seeing this on the news. And when we think about the 2 ways, our largest base is in Asia. 70% thereabouts, 70% of all of our cargo is coming from Asia. That includes China, Vietnam, and other locations in Asia. If we look back in 2019, approximately 41% of that came from China-based ports. There is a change afoot that has been happening for the last 3 to 5 years, and that is that our customers, the beneficial cargo owners, the shippers, are diversifying away from China, and they're moving cargo to Southeast Asia, and they're moving cargo to India. And in some regard, that will help the Georgia Ports Authority, because what this chart shows us is that as the cargo shifts away from China and to Southeast Asia and towards India, it actually shortens the transit to the East Coast of the U.S. So you see here it's a 5-day advantage. What we're talking about here is a 5-day advantage versus going to the West Coast. So if you depart Shanghai or Hong Kong, China ports, most of that cargo is going to go to the West Coast. It's going to go to California ports. As it shifts away, the East Coast becomes a bigger player. Really good thing. The only problem with that, and this slide is actually from my State of the Port we gave back in October. Back then, we didn't have the Red Sea issues that we're all very well aware of right now today. And so I know a lot of folks are asking, well, what's the impact of these issues out there? And I'll tell you that right now we haven't seen a major impact, but it is concerning, obviously. We're watching it very closely. What our customers are doing, the ocean carriers, the global ocean carriers that come to Savannah, instead of going through the Suez Canal, they're taking and the Green Line doesn't have to be Hong Kong. It can also be India or Vietnam. They're taking the Green Line route. They're going around the Cape. They're going around Africa. And what that does is it adds time back to the transit, and it makes us less competitive against the West Coast. So there's a lot of discussion right now. What does this mean long term? We can't tell you what it means for sure long term because it's a fairly new issue, but we're watching it closely. It does it makes us more vulnerable. The growth that we were enjoying becomes a question mark. We want to keep driving that growth, and hopefully that can get resolved. Today, we have not seen any major impact. And the reason we haven't seen a major impact is because the cost of fuel is fairly low, so the ocean carriers are okay with doing this route, and they just happen to have a lot of extra vessels because the volume globally is down, so they have extra vessels to put into this Green Line, the rotation. When you travel further, it's very obvious. Instead of having 9 ships in a weekly rotation, you might need 10 or 11 to sustain a rotation that the Green Line calls for. So I hope that is hopefully helpful, and you can see that. I'm happy to answer questions as we move through the presentation. As I wrap up on that, the other concern is the Panama Canal. You may or may not be aware that they're having serious drought challenges in Panama, the worst in 50 years. So when you think about cargo coming from Asia, there's 2 ways it comes, Panama and the Suez Canal. And so we just talked about the Suez. We are a leading the Georgia ports, are a leading trade partner with Panama because of our close proximity to the canal. And they are putting in restrictions on the depth of vessels and the number of vessels that can transit the canal. Every time a vessel transits the Panama Canal, water is lost. It all works off a freshwater lake, man-made lake, and once that water is used, it's discharged back into the ocean. And so tens of millions of gallons are used per each transit. So just to say, again, no impact to date, but with the less vessels being allowed through the canal, with lower depths, it does have a risk of impacting us in the future. We'll have to watch this closely. As far as the Georgia ports is concerned, one of the things that we take great pride in is making sure our ports have the capacity to handle future growth. And the Georgia ports has long had a mantra that we want to stay 20% ahead of demand. And the green line that you see here is what we believe our capacity is, and the bar graphs are the actual demand. And so the closer the bar graph gets to the green line, the more challenging it is at the port, the more congested we may be. So you can see back in 21 and 22, the green line got awfully close because we had such tremendous growth. It takes years to build capacity at a port. And so what we're doing now is we're saying, okay, look, we had tremendous growth. We grew by 28% during the COVID years. We want to make sure we implement the projects to grow. I'm going to highlight some of those projects and just share with you that these are all funded by either Georgia Port's cash flow or debt that we secure. We do not use any tax dollars for the from the state of Georgia for our benefits, for projects, or anything like that. Berth 1 was a project we just built over the last 2.5 years. It's recently opened, created new big ship capacity, $250 million. The Mason Mega Rail was a project that took a number of years to build. Some of these cranes were built in the U.S. It was a challenge, but we got it done. $220 million project. That opens up the Georgia ports to hinterland operations in Memphis, Tennessee, and Dallas, and Chicago, and other places, and makes us more viable than we are today even. And then we have a project called the Garden City Terminal West. I heard Commissioner Wilson discussing exporters. One of the things that exporters need, particularly ag exporters out of Georgia, is they need time at the ports to store their cargo. And it can be very, very expensive to do that. So the Georgia Ports has invested $200 million in building a yard adjacent to our main facility where exporters can drop cargo and be charged a nominal fee, not as much as they would be charged if they were on the main terminal. This new operation is opening up in the coming months. We're very excited about it, and we're hoping that it provides additional savings and appeal for exporters to use the Georgia ports. We've built other buildings like warehouses and things like that. I won't spend much time on that. But another significant project for the Georgia ports, as I come to a close here very shortly, is the Ocean Terminal. Ocean Terminal has been in our portfolio since 1958. We've been handling containers there since 1980, but we're also handling break bulk cargo, ro-ro cargo like I just described with the cars, and steel and rubber and things like this. We're converting Ocean Terminal to a full container facility just to ensure we can continue to grow and meet the demand of containers. So the project is actually $1.4 billion. So it's a significant undertaking for the Georgia ports. We have secured $850 million of bonds that we issued over the last year. And that project is under construction now, and we hope to deliver that in the 2026 to 27 time frame. And when that's completed, it will look something like this. It's very close to Savannah, next to the Talmadge Bridge there. In the longer-term future for the Georgia ports, we have another project on the horizon, and I should have said this. If you look at this picture, the green area across the way is Hutchinson Island. That's land that we own, about 400 acres. It is Georgia land, just before South Carolina. And in the future, Hutchinson Island, down the road, will look something like this. About a 3.5 million TEU facility. It'll be a massive investment on behalf of the Georgia ports at almost $3 billion when we build that in the early 2030s. And we're excited about the prospect of having the capacity to meet the demand for our customers. I mentioned the Blue Ridge Connector up in Gainesville. This project has now been approved by our board just recently and will be underway in the spring of this year and be delivered in 2026. Again, it just provides that better connectivity for customers, whether it's exporters or importers up in the northeast part of the state. It's all about capacity. When we talk to our customers around the world, they want to know that they can grow with whoever their partners are. We want to make sure we ensure them that we have the capacity to meet their demands, and that's what this is all about today. We just recently went from about a 6 million TEU facility to 7.5 with some of the projects we recently turned on. In the future, with Ocean Terminal and the Savannah Container Terminal, we'll make a step changes of 10 million to 13 million TEUs. To put that in perspective for you, the ports of New York, all total together, are handling approximately 9 million TEUs today. One of the ports, LA or Long Beach, are in that $13 to $14 million range. This is a significant statement. Down in Colonel's Island in Brunswick, we're also investing heavily, creating what we think will be a tremendous gateway for autos. And we're concluding now this year with $262 million of investment, and we'll build another berth. Now we come to the last slide, and this is the federal share, the state share that I was describing. Down in Brunswick, we handle ro-ro ships. That's This picture, these are ro-ro vessels. They look like shoeboxes, okay? But they look like that because they just roll cargo up onto them. Our pilots, the Brunswick pilots have said, hey, in order to handle larger vessels, ro-ro vessels that are on the water, and to handle more of them, we need to make improvements to the harbor in Brunswick. And those improvements are kind of highlighted here by that green and blue area. Vessel meeting areas, bend wideners to allow for the vessels to turn, and you see a turning basin for allow larger vessels to turn around and back them against the dock. The cost of this project is approximately $17 million. This is a project that will be managed and executed by the Army Corps of Engineers. It's a federal project. All federal projects like this require a state share. Typically, it's about 70-30. 70% federal, 30% state. So we are going to, the Georgia Ports is a conduit for those funds. We take, and just like every other port authority, we take the funds from the state and we pass it to the federal. All the other projects that are on our terminals, we build. This is kind of like a federal highway. We don't do, no port does federal highways or federal channels. And so our request here today, and this is in the, I understand the governor's budget on page 7 and page 389, is for the state to commit to the share of $6 million to help pay the state share for this Brunswick Harbor modification. Mr. Chairman Hatchett and Chairman Tillery, this concludes my report today.
Thank you. Several slides back, you showed the projected growth, and that you were trying to stay, I think, I don't know if you said 20%
yes,
ahead of where you are. You also mentioned congestion, and you mentioned some I think you did, some slowing in possible shipping. So, I'm trying to think how to ask the question. You're slowly growing. You're growing to prevent congestion at the ports, but also if they're not, as the traffic's slowing, it's not going to be as congested anyway. Are you constantly evaluating where you are on the growth and where you are in your plans that it's no surprise and no news to anybody of the congestion around the ports areas traffic-wise? Are you constantly working with DOT and those around to make sure that we handle congestion in all ways?
Yes, that's an excellent question. I should have mentioned that. First of all, we want to commend the governor and his team for the funds that are being provided or recommended to be provided to DOT for improvements in Savannah and throughout Georgia for truck traffic. Yes, that's a major focus for us. We are constantly in communication with DOT, not only sharing our projects, but talking to them about the things that we think they could help us with outside the terminal, road improvements, and it's a constant dialogue there. And then to answer the other question, I think what you're asking is how often are we looking outward? And every other year, the Georgia Ports is conducting a 10-year study, and we're trying to project to the best of our ability it's not perfect, but what's going to happen in the coming 10 years, what kind of capacity do we need? Like roads, port's not much different. If we want to be somewhere 2 to 3 years from now, we need to start today. Those projects have a long lead time. They cannot be built overnight. So this is a constant dialogue, but yes, thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Chairman Dolezal.
Thank you. 2 quick questions. Could you outline for us what your revenue is and the sources of those revenue? And then as a follow-up to that, what your operating budget is?
What was the second part?
Your operating budget.
Yeah. So our revenue is approximately $750 to $850 million. It depends on multiple variables. The source of that, 90% of the revenue, maybe a little bit more than 92%, is driven by the container business. And the other sources are leaseholds and other operations like the rail yards I shared and things like this. The reason 90% of it comes from containers is because we are an operating port. So we are charging, the source of the revenue is actually the ocean carriers. We have contracts with those ocean carriers. Those contracts can be annual. They don't go mostly any more than 3 years, and we're updating those contracts. We're in a competitive environment. We're competing against other ports. any cargo, it's all about your cost of operation and your efficiency. And so the higher your cost, the less business you get. And so that's kind of where we're going. As far as the operating ratio, I think that was where I couldn't hear what you said, but
Well, yeah, what your operating budget is. So of that, call it 800 million, what's your actual expense to run the ports?
yeah, our expenses, approximately, we're in the 60% range. So our revenue is going to be in that $400 million number.
Your budget is in that $400 million.
Yeah.
Your expense. And lastly, what's your fund balance? The fund balance for the ports, cash on hand?
Yeah, so we have 9 months of, because of our debt, it's a requirement for the debt covenant, we have 9 months of operating capital in hand.
So about $360 million. Okay, thank you.
Chairman Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Griff, isn't it true that you don't come before the Appropriations Committee essentially for money? These are transportation projects that we just share in, and with these very expensive cranes, you never come to us for a dime. Isn't that true?
Yeah, this is true. When you think about ports across the nation, we're the only we're the only major port in the U.S. that doesn't require any funds from their state. If you look at other ports in the East Coast, just recently the port just north of us has been given $600 million by their state to support their operation. Going a little further north, Mid-Atlantic and the Port of Virginia, probably over the last couple of years, they've gotten probably around $500 million from the state to help do the types of projects we're talking about here. So the Georgia Ports works our projects through our cash flow and debt that we secure. Our covenant right now is over $60 million a year, the bonds that we have to pay back. In addition to that, I would say that the efficiencies that we provide our customers are greater because we do run the port like that. And all of the projects that we're talking about, thank you, Mr. Stevens, are really transportation projects. Even though they're at the port, they're enhancing the offering of the state.
Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, do you have any idea what your traffic would be coming out the port within the next 3 to 4 years?
The traffic coming out of the port in the next 3 to 4 years, we're expecting approximately 3 to 4% growth each year for the coming 3 to 4 years. Now, that puts aside some of the things I just talked about. We don't look at everything happening in the world. We're just saying on average. So what we have today, we think that the transportation, the traffic impacting the port might be, let's call it 8 to 12% increase over that period of time. One of the things we're trying to do, though, that would help offset that is these inland ports that we're building, like the Northeast Georgia Rail Yard. The more we can do of those, the less traffic we have trucks on the road. So this is a conversion of trucks to rail. As an example, we have the Chatsworth, Georgia facility that we built 5 years ago. This was an area serviced by truck before then, and now all of that, most of that goes via rail to the northwest corner. So in the end, when we build Northeast Georgia, the capacity of that facility will be about 200,000 trucks a year. Double that number, 400,000 trucks a year off the road that may have gone otherwise that way.
The reason I asked that question, I drive back and forth to Atlanta every day while we're in session. And the traffic that I meet is basically when I get to McDonald's, and all of the container trucks look like they're coming out of Savannah. That's one reason I pushed to do 1675 and get it done.
Thank you.
Because of two lanes turned into one. But when you look at that traffic, have you ever contemplated about inland port around the Macon area, since we do have Norfolk Southern running that way?
Yes, so a couple of things. Number one, it's a very good question and a fair question. I know that the Department of Transportation and their team are looking at improvements to make sure we account for the future traffic on the existing roads, so we appreciate everybody's support there. The second thing is that, yes, we can't divulge everything, but we have talked to other major railroads. You have to have a rail partner to make the inland port work. We just run the facility on either side of it, but the rail has to work for the railroad. So we have been in talks with both railroads, CSX and Norfolk Southern, about operations that might help that area. Nothing to report on today, but it's been a conversation we've had in the past, and we'll continue to have it. You need to cite it, we need to look at the markets and so forth. So I do think that Macon would be probably the closest one could be. Railroads would tell you they don't want to be too close to the port. They have to have approximately 200 to 300 miles to really make it make sense for them. But volume could make up the difference, and we'll see.
Representative Saines.
Thank you, and really excited about the Brunswick project. Given with the state match and investment, will there be what's the expected timeline for that project, and is there going to be any modification restraint through the port during that process?
No restraints or restrictions during the process of building it. I believe this is actually there's no simple projects, but this is a fairly simple one as Army Corps speak goes. So once they begin the project, we're talking, I think, less than 2 years.
Representative Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Do you still have plans to raise the bridge or to change out the bridge? And if so, do you have a timeline for that?
So that would be a great question for the DOT. The Georgia ports helped fund what we did several years ago because we did see a need. The bridge is 30 years old and does require some maintenance. I'm very pleased to say that Commissioner McMurray and his team have done a great job. They've looked at alternatives to the bridge and also looked at actually raising the bridge. And I believe they've led a contract now, and the engineering firm is designing a bridge raising. I can't tell you exactly where that is right now, but I know that that is being looked at and is very feasible.
Representative Franklin, you can go back and look at Commissioner McMurray's presentation yesterday, and he talks about that. It's the last one we had yesterday. So, any other questions? Well, thank you, sir. You survived.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. Come on down. You're the next contestant on. Never enough. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman Tillery and Chairman Hatchett. It's great to see you both in such great moods this afternoon.
I hope you don't change that.
Wasn't planning to. Anyway, thank you for the opportunity to come and discuss the proposed fiscal 25 budget and the amended 24 budget. Our office Our office is organized into several divisions: corporations, elections, administration, professional licensing, investigations, and securities and charities. And along with those duties, we have 4 administratively attached agencies: the Real Estate Commission, the Georgia Access to Medical Cannabis Commission, the Professional Engineering and Land Surveyors Board, and the State Elections Board. I am grateful for the governor's proposal to help retain our talented state employees by providing a one-time supplement in the amended fiscal 24 budget and a cost of living adjustment in the fiscal year 25 budget. These are hardworking, dedicated public servants who deserve recognition for their contributions of the state of Georgia. So I'll be going through the governor's recommendations, starting with the amended fiscal year 24 budget, which is on page 338 of the governor's budget report. Starting with the corporations division. This division brought in $99.5 million in total revenue last fiscal year. A few years ago, the legislature changed this division to be self-funded. So all the expenditures come from expedite fees paid by users. This model has been working, but unfortunately it will not be sustainable in the long run. Expedite fees cannot make up the difference in wages due to Washington's economic policies. We are very grateful for the governor's recommendation for the one-time salary supplement for these hardworking employees in our corporations division. In elections, the three recommendations from the governor's budget are the $1,000 salary supplement, an increase in the amount of funds for legal fees, which will help cover the cost issues related to the 2020 election and multiple cases surrounding it. There is also a reduction in funds to align with budget expenditures. We're also requesting a series of projects to enhance election security and the voter experience. In the governor's capital projects page on page 389, the governor recommends $6 million to replace the uninterruptible power supplies for voting machines statewide. These UPSs allow for our election system to remain in compliance with federal requirements, as well as protect the voting equipment from unreliable power sources in voting precincts. The old UPSs are reaching their end of life, and these new units will be able to serve the state much longer. We are grateful for the governor's support for this project. The investigations budget includes the salary supplement and an increase in funds to purchase equipment and vehicles for new investigators. Our investigations division is staffed by post-certified law enforcement officers. They investigate violations of the election code, as well as violations of the professional licensing code and the securities, charities, and cemeteries code. They are vital to all the divisions of our office. You'll then see the one-time supplement for the office administration budget. The Professional Licensing Board's division includes funding for temporary labor to address a backlog of licensure applications. We are grateful for this recommendation of requesting additional full-time staff in the fiscal 25 budget. The levels of staff in this division have remained mostly changed, even as the number of applicants and licensees has grown significantly over the years. We've been working to modernize the division with new software, but the limited staff availability means that we have staff covering multiple jobs, which is slowing down licensing renewals. They've been doing an excellent job of bringing the office in the 21st century, but we need more hands on deck. To give you some perspective, in the 5.5 years that I've been Secretary of State, we have nearly 50,000 more nurses in the state of Georgia over this period of time. The Securities Division also includes the salary supplement at the top of the next page. Moving into fiscal year 2025 budget recommendations. At the bottom of page 339, you will see there is no recommended changes to the fiscal year 25 corporations budget, but our office needs you to consider funding a capital project to enhance and replace the aging corporation filing system. Since all regular fees go to the general fund, it is not possible for us to fully fund a capital project of this magnitude with expedite fees. The total cost of this project is approximately $6 to $6.5 million. A portion of that can be covered with expedite fees, but this would be a one-time cost of about $3.3 million in state funds for the build-out and management of the project. It is a necessary expenditure to allow us to better serve the people and the businesses of Georgia in the years ahead. This build-out would also include enhanced fraud protections to prevent inappropriate changes to existing corporate filings. We also request that you add an authorization language in the budget to reflect the decision to provide the cost of living increases to all the corporation division employees who meet the qualifications outlined by the governor. We've already funded $586,000 in raises in the past few years. This raise will be an additional $82,000 for a total of $668,000, all while our top-of-the-line revenue has decreased by $2.5 million. This model is not sustainable with DC inflation and the potential of an economic downturn. Up next, we have elections. The governor's recommendation includes a cost of living adjustment, funding to cover the increase in Department of DOAS agency premiums, and an increase in GBA rental rates. The governor's recommendation also includes funding for rising postage cost. This will cover the increase of mail units for voter list maintenance. We've seen an increase from approximately 700,000 mailings to 900,000 mailings annually. These mailings are vital to ensure that Georgia's voting list is clean and up to date, so Georgia can remain a top state for election integrity. Because we do this, we are recognized by many nonprofit organizations as having the cleanest voter list in America. The governor's recommendation also includes 5 additional staff members for the elections division. These positions are funded through a combination of existing funds and additional funds. Existing funds and additional funds. The elections division is a well-run team, but we would welcome the addition of new talent to be able to maintain a high level of service and security. We are requesting additional staff who are focused on election security and helping counties run effective elections, to be able to combat future threats to elections and to ensure voter confidence in our system. These would be permanent, full-time positions ranging from a chief information security officer down to an election security records manager. A full list of requested positions with descriptions is included in the packet under, quote, election security employees. We now have had several successful elections using the paper ballot system that the General Assembly authorized and funded in 2019. Obviously, the environment surrounding elections has changed, and Georgia remains ground zero and in the national spotlight. With that in mind, we continue to make investments to enhance our voting system. The cost of additional security measures to prepare for upcoming elections is listed on the screen. The cost of parallel monitoring is part of my 4-point plan for election security, which includes LNA testing before, during, and after the election, as well as encouraging voters to check their ballots. The other requests all stem from projects suggested by the members of the General Assembly to help enhance our already great system. QR code readers began as a project to help the blind and visually impaired to be able to independently verify their paper ballots. Our intent was originally to research and pilot this in 2024 election. The rest of these are improvements for the voters, including getting credit for voting faster and having enhanced experience with My Voter Page, MVP, and the online absentee ballot request portal. These one-time asks that would work in either the amended fiscal 24 budget or they would work in the FY 25 budget. One of the larger requests is listed under the equipment upgrade project cost. This would allow our office to install updated software on all voting equipment statewide and accept and test the equipment after the installation. It includes the cost of employees, travel, and hardware upgrade. This will enable the software to be installed and acceptance tested in approximately 6 to 9 months. The last 2 elections requests include voter education and open records software. The voter education request would encourage voters to check their ballots and focus on increasing voters' confidence in Georgia's voting system. In the past, the Help America Vote Act dollars have been used for this purpose, but those funds will not be available for this upcoming election. The open records software request is a front-end one-time cost. There will be a smaller ongoing cost, but we do not know that cost yet because we must get bids from multiple vendors. This change would allow for the open records team to move efficiently and more efficiently process requests and with less disruption to other divisions. Not included on the slides is an additional request that we have forwarded to House and Budget staff that is a result of the redistricting decision. This would cover the cost of postage for the counties for the mailing of legally mandated precinct cards due to redistricting. It affects approximately 3.4 million voters, and counties have not had the opportunity to budget for this project. Our estimate for this is $1,779,390, and that funding would be sent to the counties. We have also forwarded a
Mr.
request
Secretary, what was that for? One more time? I'm sorry.
postage for redistricting.
Okay, thank you.
Right now, the counties would be on the hook for that, and if the General Assembly could be so kind as to help fund that, we would just be a pass-through to the counties. And we've estimated that cost at $1,779,390. We have also forwarded a request for $110,000 to purchase a dandy roll, which would put a visible watermark on ballots at the manufacturing point of the security paper. Up next, we have investigations. The governor recommended 4 additional investigators, which would help meet the growing need for investigations in our elections, professional licensing, securities, charities, and corporations division. Our current staffing level and an increase in claims of voter fraud has extended timelines for investigations. As we have seen, delays in investigations can have a serious impact on some voters' confidence in the outcomes of elections. And on the licensing side, it would lead to health and safety issues for Georgians who need the services of licensed professionals. The office administration budget includes the same cost of living adjustment. We have no additional ask in this division currently. We do have additional asks for the professional licensing division. We are requesting 4 additional employees. 1 analyst that is dedicated to the nursing board, and 3 analysts that can be redirected to any board based on need. This request takes us back to the positions that we were in the early version of FY24 budget. The need for these positions is the increased volume of applications and renewals. The professional licensing division is currently rolling out the new Georgia Online Application Licensing System, GOLS for short. This new system will enhance the user experience and cut down on the back and forth between applicants and analysts. It will establish a dashboard for applicants so they have visibility on where it is or where they are in the process, and will not have to have an analyst examine every single application until that application is complete. The applicant will see what they are lacking in real time instead of waiting for one of our staff to tell them what they're missing. Automation and systemization will be key to handling the ever-increasing volume. This is an easy rollout. We are now in phase 1. We anticipate finishing the rollout by the end of the year. The governor's recommendation for the securities division includes a cost of living adjustment, as well as funds to cover the Department of DOAS agency premiums and the increase in GBA rental rates for capital security. We do not have any additional requests for the securities division. On the attached agencies, the governor has recommended the same salary supplement in fiscal year 24 and the cost of living adjustments in fiscal year 25, as well as some adjustments to regular billings. There is also an authorization for the Medical Cannabis Commission to utilize existing funds to purchase a vehicle in fiscal 24. The professional engineers and land surveyors have additional staff in fiscal year 25 in the form of 2 investigators, 1 analyst, and associated costs. You will hear more about each attached agency request during subcommittee hearings. We do anticipate fiscal year FY 2025 will be another year of unexpected challenges and successes. I want to thank you for your work and your time here today. We are grateful for the governor's support. My staff and I stand ready to help you meet your goals for the people of Georgia. My team and I stand ready for any questions you might have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You have a few. I'd like to start with, you mentioned in your presentation about the QR codes and the initial intent. I believe you said, to assist the bond and others in voting. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you probably know of Speaker Burns's initiative and request to look at using another method other than QR codes. I'm not sure if it was by the presidential primary or if it was before the primaries. And I just wanted to know if you had any kind of update on where that look at that might be, cost, other things, and just an update on that.
We provided the cost in the budget for using QR code readers. If you actually wanted to move to an entirely different system, then you would have to work up a budget for that. But as it is right now, we are feverishly building ballots for the presidential primary. We're in ballot building for all 2,500 precincts throughout the state of Georgia. And that is for the March presidential primary, March 12th. So it's right around the bend. By the time that something would be actually looked at, discussed through committee, and then actually passed and become accepted into law, if you go back to, for a reference point, probably would be the 2019 cycle. When we passed House Bill 316, then we worked feverishly to do the procurement and then actually implement, the new system. And that was over a 10, 12-month process. And so if we were going to do something like that, it'd be physically impossible to have that done for this election cycle.
I'm going to follow up on that for just a second, Mr. Secretary. You mentioned the QR codes and changing the law. I don't think you have to change the law to remove the QR codes. Do you take
It's
a different
it's really the technology and having that available from the vendors. And that's really the real issue, and then getting that implemented. So that is not available at the current time. So it's really getting that process. They are working on that. And, that would then be, we'd have to, first of all, source it, get their price, and then make sure that it is available.
Do you agree with me, though, that there does not have to be a law change for the QR code?
No, if we used a ballot marking device, it would just really be updating the technology and checking for availability. We could circle back on timeline and cost for you.
Okay, and that technology existed last year, though, when we started this discussion, I thought.
The system, it required, if we actually changed, then it would really require changing out all the scanners for the ballot, for actually recording the ballots. Because you'd have to go to a full-face ballot.
Chairman Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. We appreciate your work. I want to especially thank you for your investigative division's work in identifying potential abuse where people are voting not only in Georgia but perhaps other states. Thank you for that. I want to focus on elections and follow up on the QR code issue. I think that we will be working to try to come to an alternative approach to utilizing QR codes. That's number one. Number two, I want to circle back to, and I have the budget from the governor, and then I have additionally the handout from your office. Are your requests in this additional sheet, are they in addition to the governor's request? Because in the elections division, I only see about $400,000 improvement.
Yeah, we have
in
accepted the
FY25.
governor's budget, but we did have members from both the House and the Senate that asked for additional things, and so that we had some of those elements added in there. But as I said, we are grateful for the governor's budget, and we would live within those, the budget that he has set out.
I'm grateful for that. As we get into committees, I'm sure we'll investigate that a bit more. Let's talk a little bit about software upgrades, and I think we've had more than one discussion on software upgrades, especially as it relates to Dominion Suite. And I'd like an update, please, on implementation of 517 and your plans there. Have they changed? Have they moved forward? Are we making any progress?
We are planning on implementing that as soon as we finish the November 2024 cycle.
In the 2024?
Yes, because the system to be updated, because we're already in the election of 2024, we're continuing with the system we have right now.
You will continue with 5.5 in 2024.
Correct.
No improvements in updating that implementation.
No, and that's why we have our 4-point plan
Right.
with the safety checks.
One more follow-up, Mr. Chairman, and I'll concede. I appreciate the implementation of Jarvis as a replacement to ENET. And I recognize in your communications that you invested $5.7 million in that project. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that you spent 150,000 man hours in that project. Is that correct? That was on a press release from your
Pardon me?
office. 150,000
Yes.
hours. Now, my question is, that works out to about $38 an hour for development and implementation. That's pretty tough. Have we utilized resources beyond your staff to implement Jarvis?
Yes, but the $38 an hour also includes the 65% burden rate that the state of Georgia imposes on any hourly rate employees have.
My question is, are we utilizing local resources, local election official resources to implement Jarvis?
Oh, absolutely. When we are doing this, we are leaning into the counties, and they're also, coming alongside of us. Just like when we do our security checks, they're pulling out the equipment and assisting with us at no additional charge.
I apologize, one follow-up. How would you assess the implementation of Jarvis at this point, and are you confident that it will meet the needs of the 2024 election cycle?
It will meet the needs of the 2024 cycle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Tarvin.
I forgot what my question was. Oh, you had 4 investigators.
Yes?
Okay, then at the end, there was other additional agency. That's another investigator didn't you have an additional investigator?
Right. We were looking at a total of 5.
Okay. Is there a piece of equipment that reads a piece of paper with somebody's name on it? It would have to be a position reader, wouldn't it, with a dot colored in? I mean, you got QR code and all this talk, but you can't. There's not a scanner that just reads the name. It only reads the position, doesn't it, on the ballot?
Yeah. The current system right now reads the QR code.
I'm talking about available equipment otherwise.
With human readable text. And if we went with human readable text, the challenge that we have is that then we need to look at the system that we use to actually, scan the ballots. And there's a cost associated with that because you have to go with a full face ballot.
But that is new technology.
That'd be new technology, updated technology that the Dominion has, and really, I believe all vendors have at this time.
Thanks, sir.
Chairman Beach, is that you? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, I want to piggyback on Chairman Hatchett and Chairman Tillery's question. We've been talking about getting rid of the QR codes for a long time. We had an ethics committee meeting with Chairman Burns. Why can't we just go ahead and do it? We don't need legislation. Just do it and let us get the scanners for you. How many scanners would you need? What would the cost be? And let's just do it. We've talked about it in our committee meeting. Every one of our committee members said their citizens do not trust the QR code. So let's go ahead and get rid of it. We don't need legislation, and let's help you get the scanners you need to implement that as soon as possible.
We had several discussions over the summer months, and the system that we have now, the update, has been finally approved, where we are just to do the minor update with still having the QR codes. That was not approved. Now, to get to another system, we'd first of all have to make sure it's been, tested, rigorously tested, and then we'd have to go ahead in the implementation. We have right now in Georgia, 159 counties. We have over 2,500 different voting systems. You also have all the different voting machines. So you're talking about, major change and just a time frame. We're already in the election cycle of 2024. And that's the challenge we have, because as soon as we roll out of the presidential primary of March 12th, we will virtually be beginning the ballot building process for the June primary. Then we'll have runoffs probably for the June primary. Then we'll be rolling into the ballot building for the November election. This is a very busy year and just an awful lot of moving parts. But like I said, if you would like, we can get a budget for all those cost items for you to that. To your point, though, I would want to probably dispute one thing, that UGA and MIT did a poll after the 2022 election, and they said over 90% of all Georgians had confidence in the results and had a great voting experience.
Chairman Dolezal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You just said that, was it 90%?
It was over 90%.
According to UGA. Okay. Could you illuminate for us then why we need to spend $3 million on voter education due to concerns surrounding ballot verification?
We just want to make sure that voters have checked their ballot. It's just one of those things. People were concerned, and so we had a program with that, and we just thought we'll make sure that we belt and suspenders, make sure that they're checking their ballots. But
what does that look like? Is that a statewide media campaign?
Yeah, there's a statewide media campaign. But what we found, also another organization did a study of that, and they found that people were checking their ballots. And we can get you a copy of that report of that press release.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, so the Secretary's office has not yet done a estimate on moving from the QR code to a handwritten scanning ballot system?
I think we developed a budget for that, and that's been provided to leadership.
Okay. Do you feel, in respecting your position as our Chief Elections Officer, do you feel that it would enhance, at least, if not the trust and transparency, but at least the clarity for individuals to be able to utilize moving from that QR code to a human visible signal of some kind?
I would support moving to human readable text. The challenge that we have with the 2024 cycle is getting it done on time. Like I said, we're already building ballots for the presidential primary, and that's the challenge that we really have. We have so many elections in the election year of 2024.
Thank you.
Representative Holcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it may surprise you, my question is not on elections. It's on licensing. I've received a number of constituent communications about the goal system, which seems to be having some hiccups in the rollout, in particular with physical therapists. Can you let me know if everybody that needs to be renewed by, I think the date is coming up January 31st, if that's going to be done or extended so those folks can be taken care of?
Well, right now we're at about 75%. I think we're like 72.5%, 73% of all physical therapists actually have their licenses now. There's about another 5 or 6% that are pending, so that's almost pushing up to 80%. So we are not intending to extend that past January 31st, but also in that percentage of the 20% left to go, some of those people haven't done any of their paperwork at all, and they haven't even sent it in. So I think when they found they got additional time, they've kind of extended their deadline. This deadline will not be extended, but this is the first tranche, the first section of professional licensing, because if there were any issues, we wanted to make sure that we had a subset of the total number of professional license holders. Thank you.
Last question, Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, I'm interested in ranked choice voting, and I understand that we're using some kind of can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Ranked choice voting, and with our military overseas absentee ballots, we're using a form of that where they rank so that with the short time frame between, say, a runoff and an election, that their votes would be registered. How has that gone? The ones that we have done in the most recent elections, how smoothly, or what kind of problems were there?
With UOCAVA ballots, it has worked well.
Go one more, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, what preparations have you or your department made for the long lines that you will have in the metro area, since it's against the law for me to give them water?
Senator, we are really grateful with the passage of SB 202, because with SB 202, we could hold counties accountable that lines had to be shorter than 1 hour during election day. And we actually track, the line time that we have, and we actually tracked the last election of 2022, and the lines were less than 1 hour long, in the afternoon. Now, I'm not saying that right at 7 a.m. when they opened, all 2,500 polls were opened right at 7 o'clock and lines were shorter. But as they worked that off quickly, we saw that the average wait time got down as low as 2 and 3 minutes statewide. That is required by law, but we also work with the counties on that. So what we do with the counties, we have about 2,500 precincts. We also know how many voters they have in each of those precincts. We also know how much equipment they have. We also know what the throughput per hour is per voter on that equipment. And so what we can do is we can identify to the county for each of their precincts a green light. That means we see no issues. You better keep your lines quick. Yellow light, you might want to consider about adding additional equipment or busting the precinct in half. Red light means you need to do something, this won't work. And so we give them a scorecard so that they can go ahead and make changes. Then when they do make changes, we review it again to make sure that everyone has a green light. And so we'll be working with the counties again to make sure that they're prepared to keep those lines short. Obviously we'll be monitoring that. We have a line management tool that does that. So we'll track that like we have starting in the November 2020 race and then all through the 2022 cycle. We want to make sure we keep those lines short. Everyone wants fair, honest, accurate, secure elections. After all that's done, they want to make sure we keep short lines, and I'm really grateful for SB 202 for enforcing that through state law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to highlight one thing for you. You've heard from the comments today. You know that the governor does the first review of the budget. If I'm adding up your sheet, it's about $30 million more than cleared OPB, cleared the governor's request.
Right.
And the only thing I want to highlight for you that is I still think you've heard from this room the number one issue is removal of the QR codes, and this doesn't do that yet.
Well,
I hear what you're going to say on QR reader, but that's not the QR codes.
Yes. And the legislator would fund our budget. The legislature would fund the budget. And so if you believe additional financial resources, I believe you have those numbers. If not, I'll make sure we get those to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. There's still quite a few questions, and if y'all will see the Secretary offline, I'm sure he'll be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Just to boom to keep going? Cool. Boom, boom, cool.
Let me
Got
slide
it.
right past you.
Sorry, thank you. Obviously, I'm not standing up there, right? That's what he's going to speak, right?
Yeah, that's what we're going to speak. You can either sit back there or like right here.
Right beside Shannon. If I mess anything up, it's his fault. Just know that.
All right. All right. Okay, everybody, let's get back going. Let's stay on. We're on schedule. Let's try to stay that way.
Who's going to do the slides?
All right. Well, thank you very much. Next up is Commissioner John King. And, wow, it got quiet all of a sudden. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I think my feelings are hurt. Everybody left the room. I must, just so you all know, I learned very well. I said, we don't use QR codes in the insurance department. Just want to make it very clear. First of all, next slide. Just want to make sure very clear. I always try to remind people, any healthy organization has a clear mission statement, and we're driven by those mission statements. And ours is pretty straightforward. Our mission is to, provide Georgia families, provide them access to vital insurance products and safe buildings through fair regulation that creates an economic opportunities for all Georgians. Next slide, please. A little bit of description of how we are organized. We have 3 major divisions: the insurance department, the safety fire, where our fire marshals and inspectors are housed, and Georgia Access. And we really focus over the years, delivering, We took some of these tasks from the Department of Labor, and they have adapted very well to our agency, and I think we applied quality support services to this industry. Next slide, please. Our insurance division provides consumer services, financial oversight, products review, agent licensing, enforcement, the fraud division, and premium tax collection. Next. Our safety fire division oversees all elements of the fire safety and inspection and sets the state's minimum fire safety standards. And we work very closely with the Department of Community Affairs to make sure that we have a proper balance in this task. And our third and most and newest division is Georgia Access. Georgia Access is our alternative to the federal marketplace, in which provides a better way for consumers to enroll in a plan that best fits their family's needs. Implementing Georgia Access has given our state the power to improve consumer shopping and enrollment experience, reducing the number of uninsured Georgians, especially underserved communities. The latest statistics from CMS, the Centers for Medicare Services, show that Georgia's enrollment numbers are almost double that of the national average, showcasing the benefits of this program. It's because Georgians took control of this task, and that's how we are clearly outperforming the federal government. And this data comes from CMS. Out of all the consumers who use our platform, 75% chose a plan outside healthcare.gov, meaning through a broker or directly from an insurer's website. 88% received direct assistance from an agent when choosing their plan, and 98% obtained federal subsidy, keeping the cost down for nearly every consumer. Our department goals: to advocate for fairness on behalf of consumers, to ensure excellence in Georgia's top insurance regulatory body, and thoroughly investigate and prosecute criminal insurance activities, to protect our communities from fire-related injuries and incidents through our education and examination process, and maintain the health and well-being of all Georgians through safety inspections. We generate revenue for the state and every community across Georgia. My number one job is to be the advocate for the consumer. That's why Georgia has chosen many, many years ago to elect their insurance commissioner, and I take that mission to heart. When a consumer believes they're not getting what they deserve from a policy, they know to call our office. Our Consumer Services Department handles over 10,000 complaints a year, 10,700 just in FY 2023. Since I've taken office, we have recovered more than $67 million from insurance companies back to consumers' pockets. Many of y'all's constituents have reached out to our office. We thoroughly investigated and did our very best to make those citizens whole again. If any of our constituents are having a problem with their insurance company, we ask you and we ask them to call our office so we can investigate. And again, our last section is the Criminal Investigations Division. Our Criminal Investigations Division is responsible for investigating insurance and fraud-related crimes. Behind tax evasion, insurance fraud is the second most costly white-collar crime in America. The costs of insurance fraud are passed directly to every consumer, costing an average family between $400 and $700 if increased annual premiums. When I began 2019, CID had only 9 investigators for our whole state. Thanks to your support in this committee, we've now increased our investigative team to 32 investigators spread across Georgia. So now we have positive relationships with district attorneys, with sheriffs, and police chiefs to make sure that those referrals come to our office and we promptly investigate. Our goal is not to replicate any other law enforcement agency in the state. We want to be the partner of choice for insurance fraud investigations and arson investigations. The last part of it is also the arson investigations and safety inspections. We're also home of the State Fire Marshal's Office, which makes us the primary fire marshal responsible for most areas of the state. Our services are available to any agency who requests our assistance, no matter how big or how small. And we can respond to fire investigations requests anywhere in Georgia within 90 minutes. That's where our investigators are located. They're out, most of them are out of Atlanta, outside of Atlanta. We have a total of 10 canine teams who helps local fire departments detect the use of accelerants in any suspicious fire. That relieves fire crews from being, so they can return back to service, because our investigators arrive on the scene, take over the scene, and discover if accelerants or is a potential arson. Lately, we've been a little busy helping the city of Atlanta with their issues with their training center. While I'm proud of the steps that we've taken over the years and increase our inspections frequency, we've taken some risk, and I'll be upfront with this, because we did not want to slow down the inspections of new construction. We've taken some risk on existing construction. And part of my request that I will outline in a few minutes is how to rebalance our agency so we can now not slow down new construction, but make sure that we don't abdicate our responsibility for existing construction. And that is where my request, and I'm not asking for additional money, I'm just asking for the ability to be able to move money around so I can rebalance our agency. My agency is the second largest generator of wealth for the state of Georgia behind the Revenue Department. In 2022, we collected nearly $1.6 billion of premium tax revenue. $910 million of that was distributed to every city and every county in Georgia. And the other $682 million being collected goes to the state treasury. We don't retain any of that. It goes straight for y'all's decision-making and the governor's, obviously, decisions. For the short fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 amended, we have three main areas of request. We are first asking for the permission for the movement of funds to increase the capabilities in our safety fire. That's the building inspectors for the existing construction. I'm asking for that ability to do that. The second is to make sure that funding for our reinsurance program, which has kept health insurance premiums low, especially in rural parts of our state. And I will outline a little bit more of the data where we've seen a tremendous impact. And lastly, a one-time investment into Georgia Access to make sure that the complete rollout for next year is implemented. And now for the amended fiscal year 24. In your budget books, OCI is section 29, beginning on page 234 of the governor's budget report. For the amended fiscal year 2024, we're asking for the following: a roughly $1 million reallocation from other programs to Safety Fire Division. This will be used for hire additional safety inspectors for unattended buildings and procure the necessary vehicles and equipment for that staff. A $134 million investment into reinsurance to fulfill the mission of the Patients First Act by maintaining Georgia's thriving health insurance market and keep health insurance premiums low for consumers. The creation of the reinsurance program allowed Georgia counties to have 2 or more health insurance carriers across a record number of Georgians, and also a record number of Georgians enrolled in health care insurance. And lastly, a one-time investment of roughly $16.4 million for Georgia Access to drive more consumers to our platform and reduce the number of uninsured Georgians. Georgia has 1.24 million plans selected for planning year 2024. This is a monumental growth in our team, in our task, and the largest plan selection in Georgia's history. This effort will be used to further develop Georgia Access brand and awareness, continuing to drive the record number of enrolled numbers. To give it to you all, and probably a little bit more clearly, we are going to every community in Georgia where people are gathering. We're not just relying on one solution, one website. We're going to local communities, talking to people where they gather in Spanish, in English, in any language is spoken, and talking about the importance of signing up for health insurance. And those numbers are showing, especially in our performance for Georgia Access. And it's the message in Dalton is different than Gainesville, different than Macon, different than Savannah. And those communities, have different questions. And we're going to those communities and pitching that in terms that they can understand and they see the benefit. For fiscal year 2025, we are requesting the governor's recommendation for costs associated with staff raises, post-certified officer salary increase, rent and utility increases, and all other general expense increases. A reallocation of $1.3 million to the Safety Fire Division from other programs, which will annualize new positions and equipment needed to execute our mission. Continued support for the reinsurance program, currently slated at $20 million in base funding. We will continue to adjust this number as the new reinsurance program evolves. We will not need any additional supplementation of Georgia Access, as the program will be fully funded by the fees collected in 2025. The user fees generated from Georgia Access will be used to fund the Georgia Access operations and also the reinsurance program. So it can only be used for that critical task, and it will lessen the burden on the overall state budget. As Georgia continues to flourish, being named #1 state for doing business for a decade, our role in the Office of Insurance Commissioner has never been more vital. With over 1 million new residents and surge in infrastructure, including schools, hospitals, and businesses, our commitment to ensuring safety and well-being of every Georgian is unwavering. And Chairman, at this point, I will pause, and hopefully you get a smile on your face, and I'll stand by for any questions you or
I was making a joke, actually, to Chairman Hatchett. I said, you heard us on literacy. I appreciated you reading us the last slide. He thought it was kind of funny, too.
Hey, you never know, you know.
The Representative Al Williams from Liberty County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Commissioner. Thank you for being here. I've had some calls from a couple of major church organizations. Church Mutual has pulled out of the business for certain areas, and I'd like to know why, where I can report back to them, because I haven't seen a lot of losses with churches. I don't know.
I don't know if I'm allowed to give you a straight answer, especially with one of the chairmen in here.
I don't think we passed the hidden predator bill. But go ahead.
You haven't voted on my budget request. You know, it's a combination. That area is suffering, and especially with some of the scandals that have occurred, the amount of litigation is driven a lot of companies. The companies that provide that coverage is very exclusive just to churches and camps. And we're seeing a lot of companies. We're sitting down with them and trying to figure out how do we lessen the risk exposure to them. And so we love to be able to talk to the insurance company, and my team has got that company's name, and we'll reach out to them and see specifically what is their challenge. But a lot of it is litigation, sir.
Thank you, sir, because I'd like to follow up, because I have not seen much church litigation. Well, scandals kind of rare, but they sure make the front page, and they got a preacher in there.
Not in Georgia, sir.
Okay.
But they're looking at the overall, and that's how insurance companies try to. A lot of companies just trying to. They're very risk averse, especially in Georgia, sir. Without getting in trouble with the chairman.
I don't think you'll get in trouble with the chairman, but I do. If you're going to say that, then I am probably going to highlight that also a lot of the losses are coming from property damage. Is it not correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, roughly, I think there was a $3 million claim for a church on the coast due to weather, and we've had several weather events.
Yes, sir. And it's not just affecting churches, in all fairness. It's affecting the property. And a lot of the companies they got burned really badly in Florida. And because our proximity to Florida, a lot of companies like to lump the Southeast into one area. And people don't realize that Georgia is a lot riskier to do insurance business than Florida or any other part of the Gulf Coast or Atlantic Coast.
Chairman Tarvin.
I'll be quick. This probably isn't the place for this, but along what Reverend Williams said, up north where we live close to Chattanooga, our people drive in Chattanooga. Well, the police officers there now have stopped working wrecks unless it's a serious wreck without injury. We're ended up with he said, she said, no fault.
They give you an SR.
And then nobody wants to go to subrogation. It's going to drive our costs straight up. The other thing is, somebody's got to pay for it if the more damage you have to your cars. With the cost of cars, cost to fix them, cost of building homes now. Also, we're not able to we can write a house in Tennessee, but can't write a house in Georgia without a home inspection that's costing people about $1,000. I just hope that you guys got a magic wand and can do something to help us out.
Sir, we are out of magic wands when it comes to rate increases in Georgia. The magic wand is in this structure, in this building.
We look for suggestions.
Yes,
from you.
We'll be happy
on
to
these things are very serious right now up where we live.
And I talked before I came in here. I talked to the Florida commissioner and the Tennessee commissioner. Try to figure out why Georgia's such an outlier, and we'll be happy to share that in private, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Bruce.
I thought I was on your do not call list there for a minute, but thank you. To what extent do you get involved, does your office get involved in issues between consumers and these insurance companies? Because every day it seems like I get a complaint about something that an insurance company has done. Is there something in your...
Yes, sir. We have a whole department that deals with consumer services, and that's what in my remarks I'll remind you that we were able to recover $67 million back to consumers' pockets as a result of our investigations and our intervention on behalf of consumers.
Is there a statute of limitation on how far back you go? Because the reason I'm asking that is because we get complaints about insurance companies doing things, and then the consumer gets tired of fighting.
Yes, sir.
And then they have time to recover from that, and they get mad again, and they want you to... So is there a statute of limitation on how far back you'll go?
I'll give you a specific answer because it could be, it depends, life insurance versus, other lines. So I want to make sure I'm accurate in my response. We'll get you the answer to that. But sir, we have a lot of tools. You all have empowered our agency through legislative action to giving us a lot of tools to go and fight on behalf of consumers. And we're not shy about going after. We fined the largest health insurance carrier in Georgia over $5 million in fines because of their behavior and how they treated Georgia consumers.
So can I come see you personally?
Sir, we're always open.
Representative Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. And you are always open. I want to compliment you on that. I just wanted to kind of come in with the same thing with, I have 100 of these problems every year with insurance. Used to, insurance was great. They would come out if you had a problem. That's why you have insurance. Yes. And then what happened is, over the years, we've come down to where a person can't climb a roof, so they want somebody else to climb the roof. Well, that's their job. They come out and they'll say, we'll get back with you. Used to, it was within 24 hours, 3 days. Now it's 5, 6 weeks. I just want to see it to where we are not trying to put a company out of business. No companies. I want them to be pretty much where they're going to come in and they're going to be transparent on what they're trying to do. And I've seen this just where they're coming in, charging more rates, and they're not accomplishing anything to help constituents of mine. And most of the time, the problem is it's $5,000, $10,000 and less. You don't hire an attorney for $6,000 or $7,000. And I want to meet with you still again about this, but I do want to let everybody know you do have your doors open, and I thank you very much for that.
We take a lot of pride, sir, in helping with your constituents in resolving their problems. At the end of the day, I'm elected by consumers. I'm not elected by insurance companies. Now, this is the advice that I tell insurance companies. If you pay your claims promptly, in 30 days or less, if possible, you will reduce the number of complaints significantly. But when you start fighting with consumers over a piece of sheetrock or some nonsense, you just making people, and people, and that's one of our tasks, is going around the state and telling people, you have a recourse. When you're exasperated, when you can't find a way, come to the Department of Insurance. Our job is to fight for you. And we're very proud of that. You all have given us plenty of authority to go after insurance companies. And insurance companies, now I have to maintain a balance, because if a company is not making a reasonable profit, they leave the state, like they've left Florida, like they've left so many. I just got an announcement that a major carrier left Mississippi. And so That is the balancing act that I need you all to understand, that that's a balancing act that we're having to do. But I never forget that the fact is that you are probably usually the first calls that consumers make. But I ask you, send them our way. We stand ready to deal with that.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. You are free to go.
Wow. No QR codes.
How did? We agree. Thank you.
How you doing, sir? You doing all right?
Yeah, man. You good?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Right.
All right, y'all. We're ahead of schedule. Let's see if we can't stay ahead of the schedule. All right. Next up is a man that I love introducing because he's a hometown boy.
Yes, sir.
I hope you don't mind being called up.
I do not. I do not. Take pride.
Born and raised in Lawrence County. Commissioner Spencer Moore, Department of Driver Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, thank you for the opportunity for the department to come speak about the budget requests that we have for 24 and 25.
Hold on a minute, Commissioner. Can you, thank you. All right, start back.
Yes, sir. I just want to start by thanking, of course, the governor and certainly this body for their support over the last many years. The department is operating in a very good condition, and we certainly want to continue that, and the request that we have before you today will help us improve in the people, process, and technology areas. Those are the three things that we're focused on as a department. I think you'll see throughout the presentation that I'm going to give some of the things that we've been able to accomplish here in our state. And it's my hope that as legislators, you don't get as many calls related to driver services as you once did. So that is our goal, that's our aim. We're trying to ensure that we get secure drivers and identities printed and out, and we do that with excellence and respect. Before we get into the actual budget request, I'd like to just give you an outlook of where the department is as it relates to driver services, and something that I think every person in this room can be proud of, because Georgia is a leader, not just nationally, but we are a leader internationally. We have 9.3 million valid Real ID compliant credentials in our state. That's 99.876% of our population. That leads the entire country. You may see something that's coming out from the federal government about you can't get into courthouses or you can't get domestic planes in the next few years, because there are a lot of states are well behind that number, and they're trying to get their citizens up to date with Real ID. We do not have that problem in our state, and I'm proud to say that a lot of work from this body, as well as the employees of our state, has gone on to ensure that we don't have it. 8.6 million valid driver license holders. Today, 2.398 million people we serve face-to-face this past year, and I'll talk about it in the prior year because it's very similar as well. I'd like to just point out the map that's to the right on the slide, because on that map you'll see some stars. And those stars are where we are currently having new builds. So those are locations that we are adding to the already 67 centers that we have around the state. And I'll point out that of those new builds, the vast majority of them are CDL licensing locations. Forsyth is a location in the middle of the state that we don't currently have a CDL operation, but we are expanding from what we're doing in Jackson, where we are only open 2 days a week. We will be moving to for that 4.5 days, so Tuesday through Friday and half day on Saturday, where we are hoping to enhance the number of CDL tests that we can provide because we know this is something that's needed across the state. We're also going to be opening a new center this fall in Douglasville. That was something that obviously was needed. It represented the 15th most within the 15 most populated counties that did not have a driver services facility, and we are working to get that operation up and going. It too will be a CDL site where we, again, that's net new to the state of CDL testing that we can do. We're also going to be expanding in Rome, as well as opening a brand new center down in Hazelhurst, Georgia, which is southern part of the state, but unbelievably, the number of drivers who are needed in that area is increasing daily, if not weekly. So I just wanted to point those out, just to mention those before we get into the request. Next thing I'd like to point out is just, again, I can't say enough about the men and women that we have at the Department of Driver Services. They do a lot. They're often overlooked. But they are working hard. This morning when it was 15 degrees up in North Georgia, they were out on pads in Dalton doing CDL tests. Those are 2-hour outside in the cold tests. So they work very hard for very low, somewhat low salaries, but we appreciate what they do, and I never like to give a presentation without thanking them for their service. If you were to look at this just quickly, customer volume year over year from 22 to 23, you see that we're right at 2.3 million people served both years. What I would tell you is that number is going to go up based on renewal cycles that we're able to see and project each year as the customers come in. What I take most pride in, pride for the people who work for the agency, is while our volume remained consistent, we reduced the wait time almost 2 minutes. And you might say, well, what is wait time? Wait time, we can only measure from the time that you get a ticket to the time you get to a counter. So we can't measure the time in the parking lot or the time you have to fill out an application or the time you leave, but from the time you get a ticket to the time that you actually get up to a counter, that is the time that we can measure, and we are doing well in that area. Likewise, you can see year over year, the department continues to do well. Our public-facing areas are not just our face-to-face centers where services are provided, but it's also our call center. It's not face-to-face, but certainly we are one of the largest call centers in the state, handling well over almost 3 million calls. We were fortunate enough, thanks to you all a couple years ago, to get funding for a voice bot, which helps us to answer some of those less complicated calls about reservations, how to obtain a license, things like that. What you'll see in the top of this slide are the calls that are received by our 55 agents, to include our managers, where they're talking more specifically about the needs of the driver if they are suspended or if they need to do something specifically. This next slide I want to focus on again before we get to the request, and they are right around the corner. The commercial driving space, because we know this is a priority. Governor Kemp has asked us to do everything that we can to expand the ability to test and get more drivers on the road. You'll note to date, this is a number that we were able to run just the last few days. That number fluctuates right at around the 400,000 number. So right around 400,000 CDL holders in our state. You can see this breakout. We don't do this in isolation. We're very, very thankful to the partnership that we have with many of the local companies who help us to do this service. We call them third-party providers. They're folks who are also testing well over the amount of testing that we can do because they have more examiners and they have facilities in many cases that are more than the state itself. So it's a partnership. We regulate them. We ensure that they are putting safe drivers on the road. But again, the majority of what's occurring in our state is not being done by state. It's being done by private sector companies who are working alongside of the state, and we're very happy for that partnership. Something that we've been speaking about for the last several years is this notion of a mobile driver's license or a digital driver's license. We are happy to say that Georgia is a leader in this area as well. We are one of 4 states to implement with Apple, with Google, a platform that allows for us to have an electronic digital driver's license on our phone. I will caution, because we've previewed some legislation this session, I will caution that this is a technology that is not about presentment. So it's not about whether a person's able to come up to you and show that I have a digital credential on your phone. The way that this technology works is very similar to the way that Apple Pay works. When you tap a reader, that reader verifies that the individual is legitimate and that transaction occurs. So we are really, really cautious in letting people know that presentment in and of itself does not mean it's valid, because there are a lot of good programmers out there that can put something on a device and fool you. No different than what we experience today with the physical license when people, especially the younger ones, are trying to be over 21 and go out and get something that may not be legitimate. So again, we are seeing roughly 265,000 who have already signed up for that digital credential if they have an iOS device, and then another 17,000 if they have a Google device. We went live with Apple in May of last year. In October, we went live with Google. We are seeing the successes of this. This is just a start. We only have one use case that we are really working with today, and that's a use case with the TSA. So if you were to go down to the airport and you happen to be in the pre-check line and they have the ability to show your digital credential, you can scan that with those CAT 2 machines down there. It will verify, and those TSA personnel will let you through. Many more airports are being equipped with that reader technology, and we're looking forward to expanding that in the coming. We, as a department, we're seeing 2.3 million people a year. What I've challenged our staff to do is, let's be a consumer of a product that we're producing, and let it be a fast opportunity for people to get service in our agency, and then we certainly are looking to expand that. As it relates to the request, the statewide request, the agency is certainly supportive, and thanks to Governor for the recommendation of the one-time $1,000 salary supplement. It is useful to my staff. My staff is roughly 75–80% female. Many of them are single family females. Any increases to what we can provide those workers becomes a really, really big plus for them, so we're appreciative of that support. Next, if you were looking at a tracking sheet, and I think if you were looking at the governor's recommendation, you'll note a carb reduction RFP development consultant. What that is every 10 years, Georgia goes through a procurement to acquire a vendor who can provide the driver licensing service. Our current provider is Thales, Thales. This is a company that has had they've had our business for the last few years. And again, as we start to move forward, I want to move back. With each of these contracts is very competitive. And these RFPs are in need of assistance through third-party consultants to help us write these specifications that will get the best product and keep the state out of protest. These are multi-million, more than $50 million contracts over the life of the contracts themselves. So it is important that we go into it the right way. Next, the agency is seeking assistance with postage. Over the last several years, and what those numbers represent in red are actual dollars that the agency has absorbed. For example, prior to August of 2021, our postage rate on average was 55 cents. In August of 21, it went up to 58 cents. In July of 22, it went up to 60 cents. January 23, it went up to 63 cents. In July of 2023, it went up to 66 cents. And we're expecting on the 21st an additional 2 cents increase. As the we're mailing, obviously, every renewal notice that needs to come out. When a person gets their physical license after they leave the center and they wait hopefully less than 10 days and they get that physical, those are mailings that need to occur. But to expand upon that, we've implemented now the mobile driver's license, in which we are confirming that the individual who signed up for that remotely is the right person by sending them a mailing to indicate, yes, you were able to perform this service. As these increases in postage go up, again, the agency absorbed $357,000 in 22, $370,000 in 23, and we are already just a half of the year in, and we are already at $332,000 absorbing beyond our original budget for this year. So we are really hopeful that you all will support this request. Next request is a request, again, people, process, and technology. This is a technology request. As you might have heard in different presentations, the state in and of itself has gone or migrated most of its services to the cloud, government cloud format. We are seeking to do that with the more than 86 million records that we currently have from persons who have been licensed in our state over the years. We know that this will create a higher standard of quality. We currently have 2 sites for which we have physical data centers. One is housed in Dallas, Texas. Our backup is in Pasadena, California. If something were to occur, this would put all those services, all those records up into the government cloud and give us the ability, of course, to hopefully operate a little bit more efficiently as an organization and securely, mainly as an agency. So we are hopeful for $54.484 million for that particular request. Along with that, well, I should say $3.9 million for that specific request. The additional $3,954,484 to make that total request that I just mentioned also comes with the replacement of every workstation that we have in our buildings today. These pictures represent what you see: printers, desktop scanners, of course CPUs, as well as screens. All of that equipment is at end of life. We purchased it in 2016. It is 7 years plus old, and we are needing to get that replaced, and that's a part of this overall request. Next are statewide requests, which are, of course, the 4% cost of it. Moving into the 2025 budget is the statewide request for 4% cost of living adjustment. And I will note just quickly, most of our staff would absolutely be in need of that request, so we're very appreciative of that. I won't go through those specific requests. We do have a law enforcement. I'll speak to the last one, which is the targeted salary for increase of officers. We do have a law enforcement unit within the Department of Driver Services. Not only do we investigate driver license fraud, but we work with all the police agencies around the state. If you think about it, every traffic stop that goes on, the information that an officer is pulling up at that traffic stop is the information that's provided by the Department of Driver Services. So that picture, that data that officer is seeing at roadside is provided by our staff. These next three requests, and I think we're almost at the end of the request themselves. System alien verification enterprise services are something that we do. Every person who comes in our office who has not presented something that shows that they are a United States citizen has to go through this process. So every time we make that request, it costs the state to make it. We came last year and you approved a request from 50 cents to $1, which represented the increase that USCIS, United States Customs, has increased these rates year over year. They're going to increase, be coming back next year because they'll increase again up to, I believe, 2028, where it will cap out at $3.10 every time you run a person to ensure this person is in our country legally. So we are requesting funds in order to accommodate that increase in the SAVE request that we are making. We are also requesting, again, we spoke about the one-time costs in the amended budget for the cloud transition. This is a request for us to maintain as well as continue to monitor and enhance our ability to be in the cloud. Again, what you'll see at 21.2.8 in the tracking sheet is the postage rate increase that we requested also in the amended. The last two items, Mr. Chairman, are simply reductions that the agency has that you'll note also in the tracking sheet, 5% achieved through the migration to the government cloud, so we will be able to achieve some efficiencies of those physical maintenance of data centers with that process that will get us to that 380,000 number. And as we open up the Hazelhurst location, just down the road, we operate a part-time center in Helena. We will be closing that in order to achieve the requested reductions. This last slide is just simply a summary of the things that I discussed, Mr. Chairman. If there are some questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
What percent, and you can definitely ballpark, of the people that you test to see, that you check to see are U.S. citizens or not U.S. citizens?
I do have that number. So I told you I had 2.3 million people that we saw last year. The number of persons who came in who were not citizens was 470,582.
That's a fairly substantial number.
It is.
I'm glad the federal government knows that. Representative Holcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions. One is with respect to the digital driver's license.
Yes, sir.
If a Georgian doesn't have TSA pre-check, what benefits does it offer, and are there plans for some benefits long term?
The plan is for it to go to the regular space, right? What we are faced with is TSA being able to equip all the lines with the machine readers that it takes to scan it. So they're only able, they started in the TSA pre-check lines, but as they're able to increase budget to allow for those in the regular lines, that's the goal.
Okay. Will it ever replace the physical license as well for any other issues like interactions with law enforcement or anything like that? And I would think that that would need to be at the option of the person, because there could be privacy considerations, et cetera, with handing over a phone. But
every part of the mobile driver's license is consent-based, as you indicate. We do see it at some point in the future, not just being a replacement of the physical driver's license, but being an enhancement to security. When you go get a printed static driver's license, what you see may or may not be valid once it's presented to whoever is consuming that product. So you come to us, you get a driver's license on a Friday. For all we know, or any consumer might know, is on Monday it got suspended for some reason, but they still have that physical card. What the enhanced digital driver's license will do at the point that we're able to read it, and we have enough readers in the public, it'll know instantaneously whether or not that license is actually valid. For law enforcement, we see it as a officer safety. Imagine, and this is something that I've actually been to Cupertino. I've had GSP command staff to attend with me. The goal, and this is not right now, this is in the future, but imagine a law enforcement officer being able to be on the side of the road and ask for the driver in the vehicle he or she stopped, and say, from his vehicle, will you show me your driver's license? And that person consents to do so. That officer then has the knowledge of who is up in that vehicle before they get to approaching it. Those are the things that we're hoping to provide in this technology in the future.
Interesting. And one other question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. How is your turnover rate doing in terms of your agency?
We coming out of COVID, it was extremely high. I just looked at this number, 38.3% is where it was last year. What we are seeing is turnover, but what we are also seeing, as opposed to the last several years, is many more applicants. So our applicant pool is going up because the salary has gone up, but retention remains a problem. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, we did put some money in your budget last year to help with that issue, right? And it's my understanding that they have come back to you and you're looking at creating a new job code to assist in those high turnover areas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's true.
Okay, good. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Just want to ask you mentioned something like over 2 million Georgians showed up at your driver's license offices. Out of that when you request whether they're citizen or not, like 400,000. So I assume a lot of them are maybe immigrant, green card holder, or residency. And what?
They're
the
students.
Number? Yeah.
They're students. They're people who are working here in the technology space. But they are people, so we can attest that the people who are coming, at least those 470,000, can present something that verifies with the United States government that they are here lawfully.
So what is the number you actually found that they are not qualified to get a license? Do you have any number, any idea?
We really don't, because that person doesn't get a service.
Okay.
They aren't able to get anything.
I was just wondering, if you rejected certain people is not qualified and trying to get a license.
I don't.
So it's probably almost none, I assume.
There should not be any, because if you cannot verify, you cannot get a credential from us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Tarvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Apple application of the driver's license. Our driver's license now have 4 or 5 holograms and different. How does that work on here with a barcode or QR code, or how does that work?
On the mobile driver's license, NFC technology. So again, it has to have a reader. So in and of itself, it's just a presentment of something.
It's similar. It will be similar to the holograms or whatever you call them that are on your license now.
Yes, sir, but it's technology.
Okay.
I'm saying it. I wish I could be more sophisticated in the way that I can say it, but the technology is able to be read by a reader if that person has that device. So you're right. We have physical features that are used to develop or show that it's authentic if it's a regular license. Many of them you can see. Some of them you actually can't see. Yeah. There are many more than 4 or 5. Some we show to the public, some we show to law enforcement only.
Thank you, sir.
So our physical licenses have a lot of safety features in it.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. That's all the questions. Appreciate you coming and sharing with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Y'all, we are definitely aware that this morning it was 10 degrees outside and it was 13 degrees in here, and the air conditioner's on, and we asked about it at lunch, and we're very well aware that it's 150 degrees in here now, and we're trying to get that worked on. Next up is Director Jim Potvin with Employee Retiree System. And for those of y'all that know, he does exist. There is this guy that's out there looking at ERS, and glad you're here. Director, the floor is yours.
I didn't realize there was a question about my existence, so nice to see you all. I'm Jim Potvin. I'm the Executive Director for the Employees Retirement System. Here to talk about the proposed budgets for AFY 24 and FY 25. The ongoing programs, it's a relatively straightforward discussion. We don't get our operating budget through direct appropriations. They're funded out of the trust funds, but we do have a few programs out there that I wanted to mention. First of all, the Deferred Compensation Program. Again, that is self-funded or funded through the employee fees that they have to pay. So there's no change or no appropriation requested for that program. Skipping down, the ERS operating funds, same deal. No direct appropriations, so no change in that status. The two in the middle, the Georgia Military Pension Fund and the Public School Employees Retirement System, we received the employer contribution amounts, basically a lump sum from the appropriations to fund those systems. The numbers are there. There are no changes from what we requested in the initial budget last year. In FY 25, you'll see that there are going to be some small decreases in both of those programs. In the public school systems by about $1 million, and in the Georgia Military Fund by a few $1,000s. What we're really here to talk about are the quote-unquote additional items, the $500 million proposal from the governors to boost the funding position of the system, a proposal for which we are most appreciative, as well as the $26.75 million, which was already in the budget, and there was no change to that, but it was also added to the proposed 25 budget as well, and I'll talk about the uses of those two items in just a moment. But I want to start by just kind of setting the stage a little bit. The objective, the written objective, as approved by the board in its funding policy, is that we strive to attain a 100% funded ratio where our assets and our liabilities are roughly equal. As of the most recent valuation, June of 2022, the ratio stood at 72.2%. And if you go farther back in time, the 10 or so years that I've been the director, we've basically been within the range of 71 to 75% for that entire period of time. And the actuarially determined employer contribution is set such so that we will achieve the 100% objective within a stated period of time. That period of time currently is 20 years. How have we been doing lately on the investment side? We all know FY21 was a banner year for the systems, about 29% return, followed immediately by a year that basically entirely offset it. We returned negative 11.7 in FY22, but we had a nice bounce back year in FY23 where we returned 11.3%. And thus far in 24, we're at a little over 5%. Now we're still seeing volatility, as you can see from year to year, but also from month to month within this year. So I hesitate to make any predictions as to where we're going to end up in FY24, but I'd rather be at +5 than -5, let me tell you. I mentioned that we've been kind of within this narrow band in terms of our funding position, but I would represent to you that we are in a much stronger position today than we were 10 years ago, even though the number hasn't changed all that much. And that's because we've spent a lot of time and effort working on the underlying assumptions that get us to that funding ratio. So we've reduced the investment return assumption from 7.5% down to 7.1 with an ultimate objective of 7.0%. We've made significant changes to how we amortize the unfunded liability. We closed it. We used to have an open funding period, open amortization period, where we would keep resetting the amortization period every year to 30 years. Now we've closed it, and we set it at a shorter period, 20 years. We do experience studies every 5 years and do things like improve the mortality assumptions to more closely match experience, which has traditionally been improving, notwithstanding what you read about the last couple of years. And most recently, made a very significant change to the funding of the system, where we began pre-funding COLAs in ERS for the first time about 2 years ago. So what's the picture look like for the next couple of years? The yellow line there is the most recent valuation, which I've mentioned. 72.2% funded ratio, about $5.6 billion in unfunded liability. And you can see that over the next couple of years, we are projecting a gentle increase in that and beginning to pay down that unfunded liability. Probably almost as soon as the last session ended, I would say, we started having conversations with a number of key parties, the appropriations chairs in both the House and Senate, their respective budget offices, Office of Planning and Budget, my board, and wanted to see what we could do. Of course, everybody agrees 100% good goal, kind of far out in the future. What can we do in the interim to get us kind of on path toward that and to start to see some improvements in the overall funding percentage? And we've settled upon sort of a consensus that 80% is a good sort of intermediate target for us to get to, and we'd like to see us get to there more quickly than what our current projections would show. And that's where the idea for a cash infusion or an investment in ERS came from. And that $500 million that was proposed is a very significant step toward that 80% level. What does significant mean? Well, it means that we'll reduce our unfunded liability by approximately 9%. It means that we'll increase our funded ratio immediately by approximately 2.5%. And it would accelerate the timeline toward reaching our 80% and ultimately 100% funding goals by around 2 years, maybe a little bit more than that. Just to put a little perspective on what 2.5% change to the funding ratio actually means, that would be by itself larger than the largest year-over-year increase that we have had in our funded ratio in ERS since at least 1999. Okay, so we have had increases from time to time, but they're usually pretty marginal in terms of a percentage. So 2.5% is a very significant number. In fact, it's the largest change of any kind since at least 2012. So throughout my entire term as director. So this really is a profound move in the right direction from our perspective. Besides making my spreadsheets a little bit more fun to look at, why would we do this? What are the benefits of making this investment? Well, first of all, it gets us kind of out of this band. It gets us on a path to get beyond the 75% and make meaningful strides toward the ultimate 80% and then later 100% objectives. I know in the ratings agencies reviewed Georgia's financial picture. One of the big sections is debt management. It's one of the big four, I guess. And so this would be consistent then with the state's track record of conservative debt management that it has established over many years. Risk mitigation. So I'm fine in the short term with being at 70% because I know that we have done a lot of the right things from an actuarial perspective to put us on the right track. I know the commitment that you all have made over the years and the governor's office has made over the years to funding the system at an actuarially appropriate level. So from that standpoint, I'm fine, but you still want to be making progress, and this will provide us with some mitigation of risk against the possibility of an untimely market downturn. After we had the big 29% year a couple of years ago, you know there's going to be some regression, but you don't necessarily expect it's going to rebound so much in the other direction as it did. So I want to have a little bit of a cushion in case we do have another negative market event at some point in the near future. One of the goals that the board also has established in its funding policy is to keep a stable, as much as possible, actuarially determined employer contribution, or ADEC, and so this will enable us to get closer to that as well. It will enhance the security of future payments to all of our members and retirees. And this is what I state to them as my primary goal, to make sure that the checks are going to keep coming and that they will always keep coming from now until, for as long as they need them. Intergenerational equity. Essentially, we're using today's, when we have an unfunded liability, we're using today's contributions to pay off benefits, liabilities for benefits that were earned in the past, and you want to get those more closely synced up so that today's benefits are being paid for by today's contributions. And then finally, certainly not least in many people's minds, it gets us closer to having an ability to provide meaningful COLAs to those eligible employees when we're able to do that. And how does that work? Once again, going back to the ERS funding policy, a couple of years ago, the ERS board approved a variable COLA policy, which is dependent basically on three main variables to determine what kind of a COLA the system can provide. One is the overall inflation rate, where the inflation rate would serve as sort of a maximum or a cap on what the COLA could be. Two is the actuarial rate of return, which is kind of a proxy for the 5-year investment rate of return, and we compare that to a target level that the board sets in the policy. And finally, the ERS funded ratio. So anything below 70%, and we wouldn't consider paying a COLA under any circumstance, but as the funding ratio improves, then the percentage of a COLA that could be paid also naturally improves. So getting us to 80% gets us closer to the next milestone in that progression. It goes 70, 80, 90, and then 100. So 80% is the next milestone, so obviously we have that as a target for that reason as well. And as soon as we hit it, automatically the formula will start producing somewhat better results than we can get today. So that's the $500 million proposal. The 26.75 supplemental appropriation first came into the budget in fiscal 2023. We made a payment in June of 2023, which was more or less a flat $530 or so payment to eligible retirees. We paid that in June of 2023. Very pleased to see that FY24 and FY25 both contain that as well. Again, we're looking at one-time payments, not necessarily a flat payment. We are trying to look around and see what kind of efficient uses of that money we can do instead of just assuming that a flat payment is the way to go. So we're still working on the calculations. We have a couple of things that we're leaning toward at this point. We'll present a recommendation to the board in April, at which point they'll make their decision, and we would anticipate payment again in June, and then any COLA that would be paid would start in July. Mr. Chairman, that is all that I have to present. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jim. To the committee, I'm sure many of you, as I have, you receive inquiries from current retirees, and they're, to say the least, not happy about the COLA situation. So that's one reason that we've had quite a few meetings with Jim and his group, and they came back with quite a few different scenarios, and unbeknownst to us or really others in the building, we all did sort of set on the goal of getting to 80%, because at 80% it does allow you a little more flexibility to do some COLAs and makes the fund much more secure, and to get to that is around $1.5 billion. So this is the first hopefully step in the right direction there, and hopefully we can make our retirees hopefully happy.
Absolutely.
That being said, Senator Orrock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Of course, all of this is against a backdrop of the state abandoning COLAs for our retirees about, in what, 2009,
2009, yes.
2009. And so when you don't have a cost of living enhancement to your retirement check over more than 10 years, or more than a decade, we all have heard from constituents whose ability to keep body and soul together is fundamentally challenged. When you go without a COLA for 10 years, you are underwater. And people having to split pills and skip groceries and depend on relatives and live with hunger, actually. So that's the backdrop to this conversation. And I had a couple of questions to ask you, if you will.
Sure.
How many states in the nation are at the 100% ratio?
I don't know exactly, but it's less than this many at this time.
That's right. That's right. So we've set for ourselves that high goal that only 5 states or so have reached. And arguably we've done it at the expense of not providing COLAs. The second question is that you referenced in your comments that 2 years ago some adjustments were made to put you in the position of starting back with a formula to achieve some COLA payments. What percent were those COLA payments that have been achieved since that step was taken?
So we targeted an average COLA over time of about 1%, so about a third of what we would consider to be the long-term objective.
Mm-hmm.
The first time that we did an actual COLA off of that formula, we paid 1.5%. Last year we paid 0.5%. So as it turns out, so far we've averaged 1%.
So I guess it's reasonable to ask whether that's gotten the job done, you know, that step that we took 2 years ago.
Well, that's what we're funded so far. I would hope that as conditions warrant and continue, that we will be able to boost that funding and change the formula for the better.
Change the formula for the better?
For the better, yes. And there are several ways to do that. So if funding were available, we could change the target investment percentage to a lower percentage, for example. We could set a floor for a minimum COLA that could be paid. All of these things are tools or levers that we can pull now that we have a formula in place and can do this kind of incrementally. For me, getting the COLA started was by far the hardest and most important step. Now we have the ability, as we are able to make those changes.
I think those are positive steps that we've been seeing over the last 2 years, and I appreciate that. And the question is moving forward. Great emphasis being put historically, as you described, on the 100% ratio, but shouldn't we be equally mindful of the Georgians who worked in the trenches for our state government, delivering vital services? You know,
Senator Orrock, I think we are addressing that, and I've got about 7 more people
Right.
that would like to ask a question.
Well, that was my question, is that if we could achieve more balance between the ratio goal and the COLA goal that are really...
I think it's fair that we have a lot of potential priorities, all of which are competing for these resources, yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Chairman Hufstetter.
Great to see you, Jim, and
Thank you.
Sorry for the first time in this term in many years I'm not on retirement and don't get to keep up with all of it.
We miss you, sir.
But I know you've worked hard to get us out of the Great Recession cuts from years ago for the last so many years to do this. My question is on this fund. As you know, we've got a new program that gives up to a 13% 401k for new employees, which will make them millionaires if they take advantage of it. But how many of our employees are still on the old plan versus the new plan, this being the old plan you're talking about?
Yeah, in our active population, we're at about 75% are in the current tier, about 41,000 or so out of the 55,000 or so active members in ERS. 41 out of 55, so about 14,000 are still in what we call the new plan.
Okay, thanks.
Chairman Tarvin.
You may have already answered this. The 80% short-term goal, I know you don't have a crystal ball, but is that obtainable by 2030, or is that possible? Is that too aggressive? Or
Trying to remember the longer-term projections. With this infusion, I would say that is much more realistic, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jim, for being here.
to go back, if I can follow up on the senator's question, I didn't understand it. So you're saying 14,000 people are on the new plan?
Right.
So the majority are on what we refer to as the old plan or the old plan?
No, the majority are in the current plan.
Okay, that's why I had those numbers.
There's nobody in the first tier. Nobody's in the old plan
the first
anymore.
tier, so 40-some thousand are in the second tier and 14,000 are in the new one. The other way around.
14,000 in tier 2 and 41,000 in tier 3, the current tier.
Okay, I had that backwards in my head, so thanks for clearing that up.
Sure.
I've been watching upstairs. It's been a busy day around, and I was hearing this relative to this. And what I wanted to ask you before this body is, there's a lot of things, levers you can pull to make this plan look funded or not funded, but in reality, the returns have to meet the contractual obligation for the employees, correct?
Yes.
And so when we talk about an injection of $500 million, that just means for years here, under the contractual plan, what the employees put in has not been enough to keep up based on our projections. Isn't that right?
I would say that it's really important to look at how you set the actuarial assumptions. I would suggest to you that 12 years ago when I started, the actuarial assumptions were not in the place where I think that they should have been. That is why we've been making the changes that I put on a slide for you earlier on. So in that sense, while the funding was done according to the way the ask was made, I have tightened it up. I have said, with the board's approval, we need to be more aggressive in how we amortize our unfunded liability and how we set our investment target. We want it to be lower so that the liabilities are valued a little bit higher so that we pay them off a little bit quicker. That's all been part of the plan as we've been going along.
And that was a follow-up, if I can mention, because you have done the things, because previously we looked more funded in the past because we had isn't it true, we had aggressive return categories that the fund wasn't able to meet and left us short. And you've aligned us better to the current market conditions, isn't that?
Yeah, hindsight is great to have. In the mid to late 90s, when we were getting 14% every single year, everything looked fine, right? 2 recessions later, things looked different, and I felt like we had to do something about it.
Yeah, but isn't it true, the stock market, across the board hadn't returned 14% over a 20-year period since 1900. But we were counting that into our plan, and that's what was allowing us to do COLAs, correct?
We never had a 14% investment return assumption. I'll just say,
that
generally
was the number that
speaking,
came out of your mouth, so I was just using that.
well, that's what we were getting at that time, right? So we were getting gains every year. But we never had that as a actual assumption. Again, I can look back over time and I can second guess. I can second guess the way the old plan was put together. I can second guess the increase to the new plan contribution rate. Those are all things that were very welcome by the members, but they had profound impacts. And when you make a change, you have to understand that it's going to have an impact for decades into the future. And that's what I've been trying to do, is position us for whatever happens today. We're going to be ready over the next 10, 20 years to deal with it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have more, but we'll get them in retirement.
Okay. Representative Campbell.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. It's my understanding that the people that were not getting a COLA were getting a bonus consistently. Is that right, or is that wrong? Or
so we went from about 2010 to 2016 or so with no post-retirement benefit adjustment of any kind. Starting around that 2016 time frame, we were able to do, over the course of 5 or 6 years, I think we did 4 one-time payments, and then we were able to start doing some modest actual COLAs a couple of years ago, as I described earlier.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Director Potvin. We're going to try to stay on schedule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is another retirement guy, Director Buster Evans with the Teachers Retirement System.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a delight to be with you to talk about the Teachers Retirement System of Georgia. And unless you just really want to, we don't really have to talk about a COLA, because our roughly 150,000 retirees are thankful for the COLA that they are able to get.
We were taking bets on how long it would take you to say that, and I won. So
I am sure that you won that bet, Mr.
I
Chairman.
did.
And I have 20 minutes to basically talk about $62,000. You know, if y'all want to talk about about $500 million, we can as well. But I don't think that's on our agenda. But I will give you somewhat of an update of the retirement system and talk quickly about that $62,000 that is the direct appropriation that we get. As you know, we primarily serve K-12 education as well as the university system and a number of other folks in state government. Our largest employer is Gwinnett County, has been for some time. Our largest university system employer is University of Georgia, and we also have Georgia Tech in that top 10 as well. A little bit of key plan information, and I'll try not to be redundant, but you'll find some key differences between the teachers' retirement system and the employees' retirement system, and it's basically partially because of plan design, but otherwise we are similar. First of all, total membership, we are over 500,000. Of total membership. Of that, 148,771 get a benefit payment from us every month. We have active contributing members, 249,347. I include these numbers in here as well as the inactives may come back to us or not, but I want to point out the difference between the active contributing and the beneficiaries. We have a ratio of about 1.7 active contributing to 1 who are beneficiaries. If you look at the employees' retirement system, you will see a much tighter range of roughly 1-to-1 ratio. Simply put, is basically we have about 1.7 times more people putting money in the system than we do getting a benefit. That helps our sustainability, and then when we talk about our funding ratio, that helps our funding ratio appear stronger and be stronger than what you see with the employees' retirement system. We are currently funded at 80.4%, and I'll show you how that's progressed in just a little bit over time. We have assets as of 12/31 of $99.84 billion. We have been over $100 billion in the last couple of years, but with the volatility that Jim talked about, we've seen that pull back a little bit. But it's been a good year for us, and we'll talk more about that. Oftentimes, you ask me about retirements. Are retirements up? Actually, or are they stable? The reality of it is last year retirements were down. I have a chart that will show a little bit what we've experienced, and this basically is it. You'll see for the last 2 years, we've seen retirement numbers go down. There are also some companion numbers that we look here. We would guess or conjecture that a couple of things have kept the retirement numbers low. First of all, I would tell you inflation perhaps kept some people working rather than retiring. The other thing that we think has made a difference in keeping teachers in the profession is the fact that the salary increases factor into what their future retirement benefit will be. So if they can work 2 or 3 more years after they get a salary increase, they're more inclined to stay around for a little bit longer. I would submit to you those are probably the 2 major reasons why we have seen retirements drop in the last couple of years. Another number that you may be interested in, you have conversation with about just about every legislative session, is retirees working after retirement. When you look at this chart, you see that last year we approved more of our retirees coming back to work after retirement than any year in our history. Again, we would tell you most likely that has been because a couple of things. One, rebound from COVID when some of our retirees did not want to go back and work in the workforce. And then also inflation encouraged some of them to go back so that they could earn additional money as well. But the point being made is roughly 10% of our retirees go back to work every year under a TRS employer on a part-time basis are under the provision of House Bill 385, a much smaller number to come back to work full-time so that they can work in the profession. And they serve as a very, very valuable source for our local employers throughout the state to fill critical needs across the state. Just a little bit about our investment earnings. Fiscal year 2023 was a really, really good year. We had a return of a little over 11.9%, which was actually one of the best returns in the nation among foundations and systems that we've looked at. And I'll tell you a little bit in just a moment about why we believe that happened as well. And it essentially boils down to this. I'd like to tell you that it's because we were that good. But the reality of it is sometimes the asset allocation works in your favor, and because we are heavy in equities and we had a very low percentage in private equity, we actually were able to outperform many of our peers because our equity portfolio will largely mirror the S&P 500, which had an outstanding year in fiscal year 2023. So our gains fiscal year to date, as of 12/31, we were over 6.4%. We've had a little bit of pullback since that time. Just to remind you that when we have these years, when we have asset gains above what our assumption rate is, those are smoothed into our formula so that we can share those gains over a longer period of time. Just to share with you some of our companion systems or competitive or sister systems across the nation, you'll see what our return looked like as it compared to 3 of the systems that I could find that had some of the best returns in the nation as well. From a direct funding perspective, you are aware that we are primarily funded with resources within our fund. We only receive now down to $62,000. That's a direct payment to cover a floor COLA that now goes to basically 4 individuals who were left living, who merged into the retirement system back during the 1970s. I look forward to one day that number being gone, but the unfortunate reality is people have to pass away for that to happen. And we don't necessarily wish that on anybody. I talk about that $62,000, but I would be remiss if I at least didn't point out what the big number is, and that is the actuarially determined employer contribution, or what we call the contribution rate. The contribution rate does not go directly to us. You in your budget send that out to all of the employers, the school systems, the universities, and they pay it back to us as a percentage of payroll. For fiscal year 25, our employer contribution rate will be 20.78, with the state portion of that ADEC being something like $1.6 billion. And that's a lot of money. But it continues to grow. Why does it continue to grow? We're growing. We're a growing system. When 2 things happen, when we hire more people and when we give them pay increases, you will see the ADEC increase over time. And fortunately, we've been in a position in the state to afford that. When you look at our funding ratio progress, I go back about 7 or 8 years with this one just to basically show that we've made some gains over time. You were talking about ERS and where they were at down at the 75% level. When I began working with the agency, we were down about 75%. Again, because the situation that we're in and the design of our plan, we've been able to grow to over 80%, and we feel that we're safe in that range as long as we meet our expectations over time. Now, for the last decade, I will, yes, sir. And I do have hard copies of this. I'll make sure that I leave in the back if anyone is interested. So, what have we done for our sustainability purposes? I mean, obviously, there's been a lot of volatility. There have been some changes. Our board over the years has made some changes. We've actually reduced a payment 1.5% bump in retirement benefit calculation back in 2013, which was a tax offset. We have also done, like other retirement systems, we've adopted a closed amortization schedule so that eventually we will be completely paid off of our unfunded accrued liability over time. We've also reduced our assumption rate, not just once, but we've done it multiple times. We reduced it in 2019 down to 7.25%. We also added, you approved legislation which would allow us to add an alternative asset class, alternatives asset class to us, and we're now easing into that particular asset category. We reduced our assumed rate of return from 7.25% to 6.9% without adding any additional unfunded accrued liability back in 2022. So, and then the last thing we did, we also have reduced our closed amortization schedule, again, tightening up that schedule so that eventually it may be future legislators and future directors talking about the fact that we have a zero unfunded accrued liability if we continue to execute the plan as we have been doing for the last decade. Closing with my favorite stats, we have 10,075 beneficiaries over the age of 85. We have 86 beneficiaries over the age of 100. 12 of those are men. You may draw your own conclusions for the rationale and reasoning for that, but my goal is
you done gone to meddling now.
My goal is to one day be one of those 12 guys. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to entertain any questions that you or committee members have.
Thank you, Director Evans. Chairman Hufstetler.
Thanks. Great to see you here and appreciate your work over the last few years. If I understood you right, you said that because of the higher pay increases for teachers, that they're waiting to get those years in their final calculation to get their pay higher. So therefore, we're going to get slammed with a bunch of retirees in a couple of years.
You know, we've seen bumps over time. I don't know that we're going to see slam with that. I think you look at the numbers, 5% or so. You know, we're not predicting that. We could see, you know, we tend to have a reversion to the mean somewhere around 6,800 to 7,000. So if we see a bump, if I go back to that slide and could look at it, you would see a year that we had an increase. The next year it dropped back down. It seems to almost inevitably revert back to the mean.
You have successfully blown everybody's mind, and you have no more questions.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you for doing a good job. Thank you. We're on time. Next up is Commissioner Bruce Thompson with the Department of Labor. And as I said, we're on time. We're on time. Hint, hint, we're on time, Commissioner. Come on.
It's going to be for Kate.
I'm hoping we can stay on time, right, Commissioner?
Absolutely.
All right, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity of allowing the Georgia Department of Labor to present to you today. 2023 was an incredible year at Department of Labor for many reasons. For the sake of time, I'm not going to rehash all of the problems or challenges we encountered when we were handed the keys on January 12, 2023. But we've come so far, and we're well on our way to becoming the #1 labor agency in the country with your help. This is the third time that I have stood before this body to report on the conditions of this important agency. If you remember back to early 2023, I stood in this room and made a commitment to each of you and the constituents of the state of Georgia that if you invested in us, I would earn your trust by working feverishly to stabilize and transform the Department of Labor into a transparent and collaborative state agency. As they say, the proof is in the pudding. And we're confident that we've achieved transparency and collaboration as evidenced by our strong relationship with other state agencies. So take this for instance. We achieved this by tearing down silos, and we established respectful relationships and immediately began providing full access to the Department of Agency, to the Department of Administrative Services, Georgia Department of Audits and Accounting, OPB, and other agencies for the very first time in recent history. We leveraged these relationships as well as Deloitte Consulting to take a deep dive into the operations of finance, UI, and IT with the goal of improving our efficiencies and increasing our delivery service models. We implemented talent assessments and accountability measures to ensure that we had the right people in the right place, equipped and empowered to make the right decisions. If I heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times as people remind me, hey Bruce, this is government, not the private sector, so slow down. I realize that not everyone may appreciate my passion or private sector experience, but I will not be satisfied until this agency is completely transformed. And over 25% of my term is already gone, so time is of the essence. From day one of the primary focuses was to move this agency from being transactional to becoming relational, internally and externally. In other words, our desire was to become more responsive and easier to do business with. And from the incredible positive feedback that we've received from many of you already on both sides of the aisle, I think we're well on our way. You know, after identifying nearly $105 million that were strategically hidden in the agency, we worked directly with OPB and others to ensure the funds were transmitted to the state treasury to abide by the state constitution. With the hiring of Kate Furman as our CFO, who's behind me, we began monthly transmissions to the state treasury with the penalties and interest collected from delinquent employers. And that amount equals about $24 million a year that we are sending over. So as a recap, we have deposited to the Treasury nearly $115 million since I became your commissioner. That is a return of over 10 to 1 on the dollars we send. Georgia's UI system was built in 1982, and it's far past its life cycle. I'm not proud of the fact that we remain out of compliance by missing many state and federal audits, and I'm sure you aren't either. But it's not because of a lack of effort on our part. The failures exist because of the antiquated UI system, and accessing the required information is still a manual process, and some of the data is just simply not available. Now, to add insult to injury, there's one individual in our state with the knowledge and the capability to disseminate that information if it can even be obtained. We're in a very precarious position that does not bode well for our agency or the state as a whole. Until we modernize this UI system and the other associated software programs, we likely will never have a clean audit out of the Department of Labor, which could impact our state bond rating, as it nearly did in the past. Prior to my arrival, this agency had $100 million in federal money that they could use for modernization initiatives. But they didn't execute, and subsequently, they lost the money back to the feds in December of 2022. So, in the first quarter of 2023, we created a steering committee that worked with the labor departments in other states. We leveraged our National Trade Organization, NASWA, and engaged other experts in workforce and labor fields to create a plan and a roadmap to provide Georgians with the most modernized UI system possible. With a price tag of nearly $58 million, we knew you, in appropriations, and the legislature would expect us to do our due diligence and explore all funding avenues before asking for such a large appropriation from the state. With the grace of God and a ton of effort, our leadership, and specifically our UI team headed by Denise Beckwith, located $28 million that could be utilized for those efforts. But time was of the essence, and we had to encumber the funds by October 2023, or again, we would lose them back to the feds. We followed all the state guidelines and procurement requirements in the bid process, and after all the necessary state agencies signed off, the contract was awarded and is currently underway. Now, currently we requested $8.8 million in the amended budget and $18 million in 2025 budget to continue fixing this agency, and we are grateful that over $7 million has been proposed and in the governor's amended budget for us. I believe we have been excellent stewards of the funds previously appropriated to us, and we will continue to be that. However, we're not going to be able to continue implementing the plan of creating an efficient, effective, and sustainable agency without the $18 million we requested for 2025. Our state has a history of investing in infrastructure to create and maintain the designation as the #1 place in the country to do business. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, if we believe in it, we must invest in it. Without the necessary resources, we'll not be able to complete the transformation, and listen to this, and the business environment will likely be heavily impacted. Why do I say that? Well, the trust fund is currently at $1.55 billion. The feds say it should be at $3.2 billion to be solvent. Now think of where we are in our state. With record low unemployment numbers and unprecedented business growth, you'd think the trust fund would be dramatically growing and flush with cash. But we have a problem. The growth of the fund's not reflecting this incredible business environment. Why? Because much of it is attributed to the high rate of fraud that we have, and without any resources to combat these activities, that is only going to continue, and our trust fund will continually be at risk and attack. Now, we often criticize citizens for not being fiscally responsible or failing to save and invest for their future, don't we? Without a significant investment into this agency, we'll have to consider possibility of consolidating career centers around the state, or possibly reducing our staff below the current only 70% staffing levels, or even increase our premium to our employers. None of us in this room want to see that happen in this environment. Our current hold time when someone calls an agency is nearly 3 hours, and that should be unacceptable to everyone in this room or in to hear my voice. I know it's unacceptable to me, and we can do better, but we need resources. All right, all of these possible scenarios can be avoided, but I can't do it without your help. It's true that I stood up a strike team to assist the executive branch and the legislative branch with your calls that flow to you from our constituents. But this also is unsustainable because we're using resources that we should be using for others. So now, before I hand this off to our esteemed CFO, I'd like to suggest you consider my final plea for help. If you've heard nothing else, hear this. We currently have nearly $180 million in uncollected late fees and penalties from employers in our state that can be collected and sent to you at the state treasury. But I don't have the people to collect it. I don't have the resources to collect it. So call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure there's no other agency in this state that can give you a return on your investment of tenfold. We did it last year. I can deliver it again, but I need your help. If the comments we've received from many of you and our other stakeholders are sincere about how pleased you are with our progress, then as the song from Turner Overdrive goes, you ain't seen nothing yet. So I could promise you, we'll be good stewards, but in 2025, if we don't have the resources, I can't establish and maintain a sustainable agency that, whether it's me or we hand it off to someone else, that you will be able to see what's going on at the agency, and it's going to return to what it was once before. Please allow me to hand these reins over to our esteemed CFO, Kate Furman, where she's going to go through the numbers and then hopefully allow enough time if we have any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. He's such a great speaker. I really hate following him, but that's, you kind of do what you're told. So that's my lot. I wanted to, first of all, just kind of go through our numbers with you. I know this is maybe the dull part of the presentation, but I think it's important. Sorry about that. So when we first look at what we requested versus what we were recommended in the governor's budget, wanted to give a kudos to OPB. They did listen to us. They did fund some of our top priorities, and we worked very well with them. I think they listened to us and worked hard. As we go through, we will note that there are some things we didn't get that were requested, and that's what kind of feeds into what the commissioner talked about in terms of being able to bring back money into the state treasury. So we did get money in our cloud migration, $2 million to move about 75 applications to the cloud. That will actually help us to better utilize and keep our security on our systems and make sure that claimant information and employer information is not available to some hacker that's out there that wants to use it for malicious purposes. So that will aid in that regard, and I think our claimants and our employers deserve that level of protection. Also, we were appropriated, and this is on page 93 in GTA's budget in the governor's book, $5.5 million that will go into the Technology Empowerment Fund along with other projects, and we'll be working closely with GTA and our state CIO to make sure that we execute a system that meets not only our needs, but the claimants and the employers' needs as we move forward. So we're really delighted to have access to that $5.5 million. That will help us also go out and get additional state funding, or additional federal funding, excuse me, as we move forward with this system. The feds have indicated they really wanted to see Georgia contributing, having skin in the game, so we appreciate that appropriation. Moving on into the FY 2025 request, we got appropriated to us. There were funds that were held back from last year's budget in the FY 24 budget. There were funds that appropriated that the governor disregarded, but now he's letting those in his recommended budget. Those funds are being released to us in order to be used in reducing our backlogs. We have from the pandemic quite a large, I call it a quote-unquote hangover, if you will, of appeals, other kinds of backlogs, and so forth that we really need to get through. The appeals I really want to talk to you about, because those are, not only are we not meeting USDOL requirements in that area, and so far they've been giving the states kind of a little bit of freedom in that, and I know they're going to eventually come back and say, okay, the freedom's over, it's time to get these appeals moving. But the other thing I want you to think about, when somebody's appealed, that's either the employee or the employer, and money hangs in the balance. So it's really not fair to keep our state citizens waiting on which way is this thing going to go, because it's important for the employee. They could, perhaps feed their family and put food on the table. For the employer, they can use that money that they don't spend to invest in the business, hire additional people, and so forth. So we really need to and want to get through that appeals backlog for our citizens. Additionally, there's a little money appropriated for customer service. We really asked for more, and that's an area where we're not doing well. Commissioner mentioned to you that we're having average wait times on hold of 3 hours. Sometimes there's 51% of our people just abandon their call entirely, and that doesn't mean they're not going to abandon their request. That means they're calling your numbers, they're calling the governor's numbers, they're calling whoever they can get a hold of. It may be a friend at church that works at DOL that they're calling to try to get their situation resolved. So we are appreciative for the hearing officers and some of the help in customer service, but we definitely need more. In terms of capital outlay, we did get some funding to help us in our office here, about $2 million in capital funding, and that certainly is welcome and appreciated, and that will help us have a livable, good environment for our staff. As we go on, thought I'd already covered this. So 2025, as I previously mentioned, we did have the funding for our customer service and our backlog, so I've got that in there. State funds appropriated by fiscal year. You'll see here our funding has been relatively flat. There's some dips. Part of that is due to cuts we took during recessionary times. It's also due to different pieces of the agency going elsewhere in state government. And when I looked back at all of these years, as new CFO, I wanted to see what had we requested in the past 10 to 15 years, what had we received in state funds, and honestly, when I looked back, I did not see monies that had been, not only see monies that had been appropriated, but we didn't even ask. So that's on us, that's not on you. And so now's the time we do really need an investment, and we want to give you a return on that investment. We really want to show you we can do this. We want to better everything for our citizens, for you, and for the employers we serve. And, you know, I think it is time for investment, sort of like the state's really investing some money in state accounting office and in the next gen application. It's been 24 years roughly since PeopleSoft was put into place, also known as TeamWorks in the state. And so, you know, it's an appropriate time for us to also get a modernized UI system that will be passing information over to the state accounting office. I just saw Greg Griffin come in here, and he's on my mind too as I think about a new UI system. At this point, we are getting disclaimers on our audit opinion, and that really means that Department of Audits can't tell you, can't tell us, can't tell our citizens if our financial results fairly present what we're showing. And that's a very disturbing situation. With our new UI system, we will be able to provide audits with the opportunity for robust testing to really look at the entries that come from one system to the next and trace it all the way back to the beginning and ensure that our figures are in fact correct. As we look at our trust fund balance, again, the commissioner mentioned how it is not what it needs to be. Part of resolving that problem, quite frankly, is some more field tax agents. We did request those, and those individuals would go out, they would find employers who have not filed at all, get them to file. Those tax funds would end up in the trust fund. Penalties and interest would end up in the state treasury, which would be beneficial to the state. The other thing I want to mention, and I just found this out the other day, and maybe all of you know this, but I certainly didn't. When an employee comes to us and says, I've been laid off, I need to get unemployment, if that employer has not filed any kind of GDOL tax return, has not claimed the wages, has not paid the tax, then guess what? We can't pay the unemployment insurance to that employee because they, in essence, are uninsured. So again, that's unacceptable. We definitely want to make sure people are paying. And when you're not enforcing, guess what? The word spreads. You can't keep that good news hidden forever. So that's kind of where we are at this point. The other area I've mentioned is the customer service response unit. We did request funding for that. We got a piece of that, but you can see the average wait time at the bottom of the page. That's certainly not good, and so we really want that to improve. And again, people are abandoning calls and they're just calling elsewhere. The response unit would be employees that we hire to do nothing but this. And they would work in conjunction with software that keeps metrics, that keeps all sorts of data on how lengthy the call was, what got accomplished, et cetera, et cetera. There would be accountability for that. Right now, our customer response is really handled by employees as they have time to be on the phone to do that. They're trying to do it in between other job duties. And so we really want to hire about 35 people that do nothing but respond to customers all day long. Again, this is kind of just a quick graph on the assessment penalties and interest and what that looks like. And again, the amount of money that we collected, it is you know, not a sneeze. It's a good chunk of money. We want to continue doing that. And we've remitted about $9.3 million so far this fiscal year. And then we had also remitted the previous year's $105 million, as the commissioner indicated. And then we would take questions. The commissioner used a musical interlude and talked about, you ain't seen nothing yet. Well, I'm a native Georgian. I'm an REM kind of person, so I'm kind of going from the pandemic to now is losing my religion to shiny, happy people. So thank you. Is that it? That's it. Okay.
Thank you both for your presentations. I don't know if you said this. What's your current turnover in your? What's your current turnover rate?
Well, the total appropriation, not what we just got.
I don't know if.
No, anyway, it's the total state.
Hey, I don't think.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
What's your current turnover rate? Do you know?
Current turnover
Yeah,
rate?
do you know what our current rate?
No, I don't. We can get
Okay.
that for you, though.
Okay. Have you gained employees since you've been there, or lost?
No, sir. But we had to, because when we lost, prior to me coming in January, we lost that $50 million. Those employees that were working for the employment services that went to TCSG were also half doing claims, but the whole employee and the funding went, so we lost that. So we're down to a little over 800. There was over 900 employees when I started, and we're down to about 825 employees right now.
And so your plan to get rid of that backlog is on one of these slides is you want a new UI system.
Yes, sir.
Which will help that, I guess. And then what's your plan on hiring more people?
So if we had funding, we would hire those individuals. I would take the individuals that you're experiencing right now that handle your calls. And again, I'm not trying to brag. I think most of you have said that when you have an issue, and some of you have already sent things to me today, and you had instant responses because we got after that. That's the kind of individual should be working at Department of Labor. So we bring them in, train them on the strike force, put them out in the field that anyone in the state should experience that same kind of response. But we have a lack of training and a lack of people to be able to do that.
Senator Still.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Can you jump forward a slide where we are? On the trust fund insolvency, I believe that should be a B, not an M. Is that correct? I think we got a little bit more than 3.2 million in the insolvency fund.
Yeah, I didn't put the slide together, but the trust fund right now has 1.55 billion.
Thank you.
It's supposed to have 3.2. I mean, yes, we're supposed to have twice as much that we have in there right now.
Still better than most states, but that's still good. So going back to a point you made about the ROI as a state agency, how you returned 105, 115 million back to the state.
115.
How do you repeat that next year?
Simple. As I said already, we're sending you roughly $24 million every year in penalties and interest. You have employers that don't file their premiums on time. So there's penalties and interest that they're charged, okay? And we're collecting that, and we're remitting that to you right now. It wasn't being remitted before. We're remitting it every month the way it should be. But we have already identified 180 million that is still out there. We just don't have the people to go visit, do the books, and collect that money and send it to you. If we had the money to be able to do that, again, I can send you, and that's just scratching the surface. That's not even stopping the fraud. There was so much that was at the Department of Labor that was basically holes in the bucket that we're slowly covering those holes to be able to stop the leakage, but we're out of ways to be able to stop the leakage in the bucket.
Commissioner, doesn't appear you have any more questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the Appropriations Committee.
Hold on. You
Okay.
got one.
Yes, sir.
Representative Donahue.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner, I want
yes,
to
sir.
tell you thank you. Last week I had a problem, and luckily I can reach out to you, and that problem's been worked on. You've done that several times, and I appreciate it. What happened 4 years ago, 3 years ago, was we continuously had no one answer the phone to help with problems because they were rewriting a program every week, giving back so much money. And fortunately, I found one person in your department that I worked with and could solve many problems. However, my admin, she was doing a favor. She thought she would give me everybody in my office pretty much their constituents. So we were knocking out about 200 of these, but then when this lady was out for a week, it went to a nightmare again. And this product you said was from 1982. So we need to kind of come back to reality and look at 2024. So I mean, I really want to see you do this, and I believe you can. But you know, our process is we have to train these people to understand they are to answer the phone. They're not to work from home. They're to come in like everybody else and work hard every day. But I do appreciate your work.
May I respond to that real quick, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. I don't know if there was a question, but go ahead.
Yep, no, I appreciate that. Hey, listen, I'm a private sector guy. When I came in, we were running about 25% of the people on campus. I can tell you right now we're over 80%. I would challenge other state agencies and other people around the state, get your people back in place. That's how you change culture. We have changed culture, but I cannot field a winning team with 9 players that need to be 11. That's kind of the reality where we're at. You give us some money, and I'll deliver it tenfold back to you in the Treasury. Thank you so much.
Last question, Chairman Tarvin.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I didn't mean to walk away.
People who are calling now, if they're first-time callers, they see a problem. But we have people that are calling now that called 4 years ago. It's much improved. I know that you get discouraged, but if you catch what I'm saying, people that had problems 4 years, now we had COVID and everything, but people that had problems then and have problems now see much improvement now. Now the first-time callers still are complaining, but they don't realize, I don't want to say this, but they don't realize how bad it really was before. So you've made great improvements, and
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
I appreciate that.
That's all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Next up is the man that taketh away, Commissioner Frank O'Connell, Department of Revenue. Thank you. Good afternoon. The crowd has gotten quiet.
I'll see if I can't stir them up a bit.
If you take some of their money, I know it will. So, Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Joint Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on the Governor's recommendations for the Department of Revenue for amended fiscal year 2024 and state fiscal year 2025. My name is Frank O'Connell, and I serve as the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Revenue. I'm joined today by Chief Financial Officer Keisha Beavers, as well as Austin Gibbons and Joe Snowden from our External Affairs team, who are familiar faces to many of you. Today, I'd like to talk about who we are, what we've been up to lately, and what we're here to ask you for. Let's see. Oh, which? The big one? No, okay, got it. First, let's talk about who we are. The department's mission is to administer the tax laws of the state of Georgia fairly and efficiently in order to promote public confidence and compliance while providing excellent customer service. We're committed to being the most efficient and accessible tax administrator in the country. Now, my slide lists some of the things that are important to us to try to do, but I'd also like to just briefly mention how we try to do it. As we all know, in order to accomplish anything, communication is very important, and I just want to give you an example of how we communicate with our stakeholders. I have 5 advisory groups that I meet with every quarter, a tax practitioners group, an industry partners group, local government services, which has currently 5 local tax commissioners on it, a film tax credit group, very busy area for us, and the newest one, a small business advisory group. And I encourage these folks to tell me what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, what they'd like to see us do in the future. It's also an opportunity for them to get together and talk to each other about the issues of the day that affect taxation. Now, it's important I be accessible internally, and a couple of ways I do that. My monthly Let's Be Frank talks to the department, town halls, and of course, it's important to engage your employees. I'll mention this initiative later on, but one of the initiatives I have is to provide more data to our taxpayers. We have a lot of information at our disposal in the integrated tax system, and taxpayers have some information available in the Georgia Tax Center, and somebody has likened it to a taxpayer looking at a Picasso, and one of our folks, and a taxpayer looking at a stick figure. I think that over-dramatizes it a little bit, but there's a lot of information we have that would be very useful to taxpayers. It doesn't seem like a brilliant idea, but it hasn't been done yet, and it's something that was brought to my attention by someone who spent their day on the phones at Revenue 7 years ago, and I've thought about it ever since. One of the best parts about being commissioner and about having been there for 20 years, you see things all along the way, and you know, I think we can improve that. I think we can improve it here and there. And now when I say that to folks at the department, it means something, and they're going to try to get it done. So it's fun. You're a little bit like a kid in a candy store, and you really want to make the best improvements you can. We have spoken with our chief information officer. He said it shouldn't be too difficult. And just imagine all the taxpayers that have an issue with the way we've computed their credit carry forward, NOL carry forward. They know they did it one way and they come up with a different number. Today they have to get on the phone with somebody from Taxpayer Services and go year to year and see where the discrepancy was. If they had those schedules available to them, they could look at those first and see where the discrepancy occurred, and then either see, oh, okay, the department has it right, or if we don't have it right, it's going to be a much shorter conversation. Now, during my 20 years at the department, there's 2 ways that we bring value to the state of Georgia and its citizens. One is the tax revenues we collect and send over to the state treasury that make everything possible. The second is the way we administer the tax laws, and not just the tax laws, motor vehicle titling and registration, unclaimed property administration, licensing for alcohol and tobacco, a couple of other areas. These things affect every Georgian in the state. Now, through our external operations unit, we also affect and impact every local government through the issuance of alcohol licenses. We collect their local sales tax revenue. We give local property tax training sessions, and we work with the locals for the registration of vehicles. Now I'm going to talk, secondly, about what we've been up to. Just mention 4 of our major projects and initiatives. The first is the consolidation of our leased office space. Our current lease is for, I think, 278,000 square feet of space. Our department has shrunk since I first came 20 years ago. I think we had about 1,350 people. Today, I think we're funded for a bit over 1,000 positions, and we can make things work because of technology with that smaller number. Also, with the pandemic, people got used to hybrid work schedules. We certainly did that and intend to retain those hybrid work schedules. It's very important to employees. You want to use it responsible, and we can use it in ways where we can still measure the productivity of our employees responsibly. So of that 278,000 square feet, we had, by contract, been able to give up a couple of floors of our building, and then we couldn't give up any more than that, so we sublet to another agency, a couple of floors. Now we were coming to the end of our current contract, and our DOR leadership and our partners at the Georgia Billing Authority saw an opportunity to reduce cost to taxpayers and really use the amount of space that we need. So we're going from 278,000 to 110,000 square feet of office space. Quite a reduction. Fortunately, we did have an RFP. There were 7 bids, and the lowest one is just a half mile down the road. And so as of January 1st, 2025, we're going to be at 2500 Century Parkway instead of 2800 Century Boulevard. But we'll be able to save well over $100,000 a month. And it's not going to be easy. It's never easy to move, particularly when you've got a lot of office equipment, computers, et cetera. But we've got teams working on that, and we'll be working on that for a few months. The space we're going into is much newer. It was inhabited by the CDC, so it's also it's much better security-wise. Let me go to the second thing that I want to mention, and that's the Georgia Tax Center, the initiative I already talked about. You know, I also thought that's an opportunity to engage the employees, because they're the ones that work with taxpayers every day. They know what taxpayers need to know. And as I said, it was first a taxpayer who told me 7 years ago, I'm not a taxpayer, I'm sorry, an agent, you know, look, it would be easier if they could see what I see. And so I've gotten our CIO to reach out to other divisions, audits, compliance, and asked him to put together a group of people who spend their time mostly on the phones and get a work group together and come up with ideas for what would be most valuable to provide to a taxpayer, because you can't provide everything. And so we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck, and our employees are going to participate because they're the experts in this field, and they're going to know what, you know, we should really provide to a taxpayer. Also important, of course, is our call center platform. Year over year, we reduced our abandonment rate 24%, even with 17% more calls. We still didn't feel that our current call center platform was stable enough. We would have occasional issues. So right now we're in the midst of switching to an Amazon Connect platform. It'll enable us to handle calls better. We can do warm handoffs. I didn't know what that was until I got involved in this, but if we need to transfer a taxpayer somewhere else, rather than have them start over again in another queue, they'll be able to be handed over and be at the front of a queue because they've already done their waiting. It will also enable us to use more artificial intelligence. You know, everybody's doing that. We're going to do it, and we think this is going to be the best vehicle for us to do it. Also, a big thing we do is get out refunds. probably 20 years ago, a lot of refunds got out that shouldn't have. Now maybe the pendulum has swung the other way, and we could probably get refunds out faster while still being secure. And so we're in the middle of implementing a new system called the Fast Identity Verification System that's going to enable us to get refunds out faster with this additional information we have, because you can't have every document you want about a taxpayer, but if you're missing something like a W-2, but you've got information about the wages from the employer, and you've got their last 4 years of history, and they're requesting a refund that's about the same size, they're paying about the same amount of taxes, go ahead and push that refund out, because it's very likely to be a good refund. So I'm excited about that. Finally, a lot of us are dealing with retention and retirements. One way we're going to deal with it is in dedicating a couple of folks to putting together our standard operating procedures. It wasn't my initiative, it was my predecessor's, but I think it was a good one. And so we got a consultant help us identify 120 principal areas where we have repeatable processes we do every day or week or year. And now internally we've got teams of folks who are going around to each of the areas and making sure we've got these processes written down in a central location. And therefore, you know, I've been there 20 years, we've made some mistakes in the past. Oftentimes it was by not having a particular group involved that would have had an answer that would have saved us some time and money. So we're going to indicate in those processes, hey, you need to have sign off from audits or compliance or the legal group. Also, you know, you're going to look at your processes and improve them as you write them down. We're also going to have our internal auditor make sure that if we're going to all this trouble, we're going to be following our standard operating procedures. They're going to be available to every employee on our intranet, and if you come in brand new, besides being trained, you'll have access to documents that tell you step by step how your process should be done. Within 5 years, the department is going to have a third of our folks eligible to retire, and so we have to do things like that in order to meet the demand we've got. Now, I'd just like to mention net revenue collections over this most recent 8 or so years. As you can see, the trajectory was pretty stable from 2015 to 2020. Slight rise all those years. Pandemic hits in the spring of 2020, and there's approximately 0.04% decline when it had been rising 5.75% year over year. Now in 21 and 22, we saw large percentage increases, flatter in fiscal 23 compared to 22, but overall, compared to fiscal 2015, we're still up 74.1%. Our budget divided up into a number of areas, 4 key areas: tax ops, external operations, administration and pass-throughs. Taxpayer operations is taxpayer services, compliance and audits. 90 million of our budget, and that's about 40%. The external ops that involve property tax, industry regulation, and motor vehicles, 66.4%, or a million, or 30% of the budget. Finally, administration, 19.1 million, or 8%. And then a significant part of our budget is pass-through amounts that go to the Forest Land Protection Act recipients and ERS, Employee Retirement System retirement pass-throughs for local county tax commissioners at 48.8 million, or 22%. Now, we've heard talk about return on investment. Just a quick slide. And for what we bring into the state, I'd say we're safely over 100 to 1. So, now we'll move into what we as a department are here to ask the General Assembly for. I've put it on the slides by topic, and I'd like to go by topic and have 24 and 25 side by side. All of the topics on this page, the purposes of these funds, are all common to agencies in general. These are not particular to DOR, but these are all amounts that fund the salary supplements, the COLA, as you can see, GBA rental rates, DOAS administered premiums, and so forth. Now, these are requests that are specific to the Department of Revenue that can be found in your budget book. Again, I've placed 24 and 25 side by side. On line 2806 of the amended 2024 budget, you'll see a request of $300,000. Now, we have a number of servers on the 5th floor of our current building, and we'd like to move that data to the cloud. It's really good timing, because if we don't do that, we're going to have to move those servers to our new building, and our CIO tells me that a number of them would have to be replaced as they're coming towards end of life. We go to the cloud, and we can put the data elsewhere, not devote any of the new space to servers, and do what you need to do to outfit it for computer equipment, and we won't have to buy the new servers. So $300,000 will enable us to do that. Next, on line 2842 of amended 24 budget, and also line 3513 of the 2025 budget, these are our most significant requests for $2.4 million in 24 and $3.3 million in 25. This reflects a price increase in our contract with Georgia Correctional Industries to manufacture state license plates for the cost of decals and some other items. This is our number one priority, and it seems like a big jump, but we have actually had requests from GCI, probably starting in 2019, for an increase in our price to them because of the increase in cost of materials. Well, we met with them over a couple of years, really couldn't agree on what we thought was an accurate way to gauge the increased costs. So what's a good way to do that? Well, we put out an RFP, and we got bids, and GCI was the low bidder by about $5 million. And that still results in these amounts that you see here, but we had private industry bidders as well, and that makes me a lot more comfortable with the amounts. The next item are 1% reduced funds for consolidation of office space, 1.658 million, and in fiscal 25, that represents the entirety of the 1% efficiency gain that we were required to provide by the Office of Planning and Budget. The final line on that page is a decrease in funds for the Firework Trust Fund due to lower than expected fireworks excise tax collections. So this isn't really any number that we come up with. It's based on the amount of revenue that comes in from the fireworks excise tax. This next item, fiscal 24 and 25, $716,018. These are pass-through amounts for ERS contributions for the local tax commissioners. These are amounts that are perhaps determined by ERS, but we're told how much it would take to satisfy those obligations, so that's a pure pass-through from the department to ERS for those local tax commissioners. The next item, something that we desired, the creation of 6 tax examiner positions on an initial contact team to reach out to newly delinquent taxpayers. Obviously, we collect delinquent accounts, and with our new system compared to a decade ago, we're able to collect a lot more timely, which has made a big difference. But we still have a number of taxpayers who register in our system, and that creates a return expectation, particularly businesses for sales tax and withholding tax. That's probably 96% of the calls, but a return doesn't show up. And so what this team does is reach out to those businesses that have registered to find out why, and lots of times, they're getting a new business off the ground. They don't know how to do it, particularly because you have to do it through the Georgia Tax Center. It's the most efficient way for us, and all sales tax and withholding tax filed by electronic return. Well, lots of times that's a stumbling block for folks. And if you just give them some education, help them file those first returns, they're going to file regularly after that. Not an idea that we came up with. States talk, and this is something that the Wisconsin Department of Revenue was doing, and we thought it was a good idea. Now, we've done it since 2018 with temporary folks, and it's been a success. Also fulfills part of our mission to educate taxpayers. We'd like to have a permanent team dedicated to this. I mentioned collection of delinquent accounts, and just to let you know, we have an income tax collection section that deals with established taxpayers who are not up to date on their taxes. We used to use private collection agencies, and their return on investment was about 12 to 1, I think. We told you that we thought we could double that return on investment and bring in perhaps $20 to $25 for every dollar we spent. I get these reports every month, and year to date, our return on investment is $35 to every dollar spent on our team. I was so proud of that, I gave that group a commissioner's award last fall. And it's not a flash in the pan. They are keeping these numbers up solidly. Now, the next item, line 2860 in the amended fiscal year 2024 budget for 3 replacement vehicles for our compliance division for the regional offices. We have 11 regional offices. In fact, for the first time, I went around and visited them, becoming commissioner, met a lot of good folks that I had never seen before, and very proud to see the quality of folks that we have all over the state. The people that manage those offices have a good bit of traveling to do to manage them, and the folks in those offices, while they do walk-in assistance to taxpayers, they also do field office visits. And so we'd like to request 3 vehicles to replace 3 existing vehicles. Finally, we'd like to request an amended 24, $18,225 for raising the hourly pay for seasonal mailroom staff to $15 an hour. It is otherwise $12 an hour, and they can go down the street to any number of places and get more than that. And in fact, I've been told that some of the temporary staffing offices had decided not to even provide us with candidates. So we'd like to get the funding to raise that to $15 an hour. And in fiscal '25, that's a request of $72,900. And I would like to address any questions anybody may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was a very, very thorough presentation. Chairman Chokas, you're it.
Commissioner, thank you very much for that presentation. And I just wanted to do a shout out to two of your personnel that have done an outstanding job and helped me and my constituents in my district. Jason Larkins. Yeah, he does a great job. I called him on a Friday afternoon at 10 minutes to 5. He called me back. And that's, that was great. And then Tommy Lawrence, who actually lives in my district. As I said, those are two outstanding members of your staff, and I simply wanted to give them a shout out for a job well done.
I appreciate that, sir. I'll let those folks know about the shout out. And when you think of government, you don't always think of dedication, but I'm very pleased to see the level of customer services our folks want to provide. So,
Chairman Dolezal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I wanted to see if you could help us with something I'm hearing about from our automobile dealers. And as I understand the problem that they're having, they tell me this is a problem that they have to deal with every day, and it relates to license plates. And they sell a car, put a temporary plate on the back of a car, expires in 30 days, I believe, if I have that number correct. But they're getting calls at day 28, day 29, day 30 from their customers who have not received the permanent tag yet. They tell me that other states, Florida being one of them, the dealers inventory the actual physical plates, and they're able to sell a car that day, give the customer a plate that day, and somehow they're able to run that through their system. You mentioned learning from states, and I'm wondering if that's a problem that you're aware of, and if there is something that we can do to alleviate that for both the dealers and then also ultimately the customers and our constituents.
Well, those temporary plates, they're good for 45 days, and you can get a second one for another 30 days from the local tag office. We don't have our offices provide the metal plates right away. Not a lot of states do that because of the title that has to be processed. Now, if we could speed up that title process, I think that would go a long way. And one of the things we've been talking about internally, and the AMVA, the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators, are e-titles. That will really speed up the process of getting the title transferred and enable us to provide a plate. I wish it was something that could be done in 6 months. It may take a year and a half, but we're definitely going to go in that direction.
Thank you.
Chairman Dickey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that detailed explanation of your budget. But got one question. A growing state, we're collecting more and more sales tax, doing more returns. I would think a lot of it's very dependent on computer and computer programs. What's the age of our computers at Department of Revenue, and are they up to date? And are you able to do cross compliance and those type things to make sure we're collecting everything we need to?
Yes, sir. Our computers are up to date, and our computer system is, I think, one of the best you can get. Our vendor, I saw a chart recently where they provide the integrated tax system that we have to 35 other states. That's a lot of states that have voted to go to this system. I can still remember when we first rolled out sales tax in about 2008, 2009, and the gentleman who's now my deputy state revenue commissioner looked at it and said, this one really works. So I think we have a good system. We can use it to score accounts, and the accounts that are sent to folks like that income tax collection section, they're sent after scoring the delinquent accounts and making sure we're going after the things that would be most productive. So I feel pretty good about our computer systems.
hold on. Hit you.
A lot from our local elected officials, county and cities, about confidence that we're collecting sales tax that they're receiving from all the businesses in that county. And I know we have a confidentiality thing there about the individuals, but anything you can do to make sure our local officials are confident that all their businesses are collecting sales taxes, I think it would be much appreciated. I'm hearing a lot of that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And they can ask us for certain information about taxpayers in their area. And so we respond to those requests. It was a statute passed a few years ago. And particularly we see issues where you've got a commercial area that's in two counties or two local jurisdictions. And we do go there more frequently to make sure businesses are paying to the correct of two counties, for example. But I will bear that in mind and speak to my folks.
Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
For
Chairman.
everything your department do. Y'all do. Thank you. Mr. State Auditor, come on down. You're the only thing between us and listening to some guys in the back that actually have ties and suits on that I didn't know they even had any. The floor is yours, and
Thank you, sir.
Any expediting you want to do would be great.
Yes, sir. Understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Hatchett, and Chairman Tillery. Good afternoon. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present some information about the Department of Audits and to address some of the, or to address our budget requests for the amended 24 and 25. So our mission, similar to some of the previous presentations, our mission is to provide independent, unbiased information and impactful recommendations to promote accountability and improve government. And our mission is accomplished predominantly through our oversight activities that we conduct each year. And what you see on this slide before you is a summary of the more of our significant accomplishments from this past year. I won't go through, I won't read that to you in the interest of time. I will just bring your attention to the right side of this slide. In our local government work, we completed desk reviews of over 800 financial statements of local governments and over 300 reviews of nonprofit organizations. I would say through this review, we have been able to identify a recent trend where our smaller local governments, cities primarily, are increasingly becoming non-compliant in their filings. They're filing late and or not at all. And so we had the opportunity to provide some information and present this information to the Rural Development Council and provided some recommendations to them for their consideration. In addition to our audit-related activities, our department provides the legislature with information that helps you inform decisions regarding potential legislation and or potential changes to the operations of within state government or a specific entity. And on the slide here, again, are some examples of how we support the legislature through the year. In the interest of time, I will not read all of those up there. I will bring your attention to the bottom left. Yesterday, we pushed out a new report to all of you. It's a new report that summarizes, it provides summaries of all of the performance audit reports that we have issued over the past 3 years and provides an update on the recommendations that were in those reports. And our intent is that that report serve as a working document and a resource for committee members, allowing you quick access to information and relevant topics as you deliberate in the upcoming session. So we hope you find that report useful, and we certainly welcome any feedback that you may have on how to improve that for next year. And I'll just, as a reminder, just say I have a great staff that produces all these reports, and they are available to answer any questions that you might have on any of these reports and any time throughout the session. So please don't hesitate to give us a call. Our work is accomplished with about 270 full-time staff. Currently, we have about 10 positions. We lost another one yesterday, but much of our work is, it requires specialized skill sets, such as accounting degrees. 96% of our staff have bachelor degrees. Almost 60% have master's degrees or above certifications. Those would be CPAs, certified information systems auditors, and masters in public administration, those types of things. So let me get to our budget request for the amended 24 and FY 25. This is a summary of what you would find in the budget, the governor's budget book on page 58. Our budget is we're requesting a lift of 3% from our current budget, consistent with the governor's recommendations. Our request is pretty simple. I think it's targeted at two specific things: people and technology. And our technology request aligns with the governor's directions that these one-time funds move the needle, that they either improve program outcomes or provide significant future improvement on how we do business or deliver services. We think what we plan to do with those funds will meet both of those objectives. So our 3% budget lift equates to the $1.35 million that you see at the bottom of the slide. For amended 24, we're asking for non-recurring funds to improve our analytical tools and capabilities and to implement several data analytics type projects. And for 24 and 25, we are requesting some additional personal funding to further address our efforts to attract and retain existing staff. And I would say that the plan to use the funding on personal services would be based on performance-based salary adjustments. So let me provide a little more context around our request for salary funding. What you see here are some startling trends in our industry. There are headwinds ahead of us facing the accounting and auditing industry. We face a supply and demand issue. The demand for accountants and analysts and auditors continues to increase, but the pool of college graduates with accounting degrees is shrinking. And what is worse, many accountants and auditors are leaving the field. So these statistics make it even more critical that we are able to retain the staff that we currently have, because it's going to be much more difficult to fill these positions in the future. So a couple years ago, the legislature provided our department with funding to make some significant adjustments to salaries for my staff. And that helped us move our salary structures to the bottom of the market at that time. I want to say, as I always do, thank you again for that funding, and on behalf of the staff at the Department of Audits, I just want to say thank you again. I'm going to let you know how much we appreciated that support. Since then, inflation and demand have both impacted industry salaries, and we continue to struggle to keep pace with the market movement, as evidenced on this slide, and especially more at the senior levels. And I will tell you that as a data point, compensation consultants remind us that salaries are generally competitive if they are within 95% of the market. What's key is that 5-year level on the slide of seniority. We invest in training to develop proficient auditors. We focus a lot of time, significant time, on the government environment and accounting, which is often not taught in the colleges and in the classroom today. We need to retain the staff that we have beyond that 5-year mark to benefit from that investment and to retain institutional knowledge needed to sustain the organization into the future. Here's our turnover from last year. This data here correlates with the data on the previous slide. What we're seeing is that over 60% of our turnover is among that staff at the mid-level, career level in their careers. On average, it's about 7 years of tenure, which will tie and relate back to the bottom two levels on the previous slide. What you see here is data that includes retirements. If you take out the retirements and just look at voluntary termination, the 46% turns into 55% at the mid-level and 18% at the manager level. And those are key roles and positions in our department. They run our audits. Those are the guys that run the audits and train the younger staff year after year. I'll say, I know salaries are not the only tool in the toolbox to attract and retain staff. So briefly, I just want to mention a couple of the examples of some of the internal activities that we're doing beyond. Again, focus on salaries. This helps to promote development and growth within the department. One key item on the list up there we're very proud of is we created a leadership academy a couple years ago. We have put through about 40 staff members over the last 2 years. I believe they are all still here with the department. We are very confident that that's going to pay dividends for us in the near term and long term. We start our third cohort of staff through that academy here in February. So again, we're very proud of these efforts, and they've done a lot to improve the culture and collaboration within our department. I want to turn our attention to that technology request that I mentioned earlier. The 2024 budget requests one-time funds to help improve our current data analytics program. Enhancing or everything we do at the department is data-driven. And we have tools that help us perform analytics in our work, but many of those tools that we use are becoming out of date and inefficient to accomplish the work, particularly when you're talking about large data sets or multiple data sets, working with those types of things. So a more widespread use of data or analytics in our audit work would have a huge impact on the work that we deliver, the level of insights that we could deliver, and also on the efficiencies that drive our organization. Data analytics will allow us to greatly expand the amount of financial and program information that we're able to analyze so that we can provide you better insights on the financial condition of entities that we audit and the effectiveness of the program's operations within entities. And I don't want to leave you with the impression that we're not able to fulfill our mandate. So let me use an analogy. Although our current state can be improved on, we are still able to complete our mission, just on a limited scale compared to what we could achieve with advanced analytics or AI. So think about a vehicle. My staff is able to get from point A to point B, but they lack climate control, power steering, and advanced safety features, kind of like my dad's car, okay, back in the day. With new analytical capabilities, I will be able to provide staff with improved user experiences, climate control, improved reliability and performance, power steering, and further enhance security and protection of our data, advanced data systems. I'm not going to read this slide, but here's some statistics regarding the value of incorporating more widespread use of data analytics into audits. I will continue to move on. And we have a lot of use cases that we could apply analytics to. We're currently analyzing a number of projects. We're assessing them, trying to prioritize those. And what you see on the slide here are some of the buckets or categories of what some of those projects could fall into. I won't read this slide in its entirety, just to point out a couple. Predictive risk assessments. We should be able to use data to make informed decisions, proactive decisions. We should be able to use data to figure out where the risks are in the state, entities, sectors. We can use that same data once we start audits to be able to figure out where the risk areas are in an audit and be able to more efficiently allocate resources during that audit. Anomaly detection in financial statements, that's where we can analyze transactions, all the transactions, not just sample them, all of the transactions from the state. And again, that will allow us to better allocate resources. We can score transactions, identify which ones are risky, which ones are anomalies. So lots of potential there. Lastly, text analytics. Think about those desk reviews that we did. I could apply analytics to all of those PDF documents that we get and more efficiently review those using analytics. I'm excited about analytics. My staff is very excited about the prospects of working with these types of projects. And to wrap up, I'll just say data and analytics will help extend the reach of my current staff rather than relying on new positions to expand my current staff. So extend versus expand. That'll be achieved through general efficiency gains, faster data, and risk-based identification of audits, and the ability to more accurately manage efforts through data-driven insights. Lastly, these projects will help me retain my staff as they are empowered to spend more time on value-added activities while allowing the new technical capabilities to take care of the mundane and repetitive tasks. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will stop there and see if you have any questions.
Well, I hope we can get it so that that vehicle is equipped with backup cameras, cruise control, and electric windows. Maybe not the latest, but we can help you, I hope. Chairman Huffstetter.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work you do. And Representative Dempsey and I, several years ago, worked on getting all the data out of silos and consolidated to OPB, and we kept hearing in the future someday we're going to use back-end data analytics to solve problems. This is the first time I've heard that, so I'm glad we're getting to that point, and I'm very excited about it too.
Thank you. So are we.
Any other questions? There don't appear to be any more questions, but Mr. Griffin, do want to say thank you. Also being open to feedback. I understand there may even be legislation this year that your department's been open to feedback that we've heard from others, and thank you for always being willing to listen to not only us, but also folks who may not necessarily share our opinions at times. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you for that comment and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. I think our next presentation is for Commissioner Walter Raven with the Department of Natural Resources, but I don't see him anywhere. No, please.
Walter, he just didn't recognize you in the suit.
I just didn't recognize you in a suit.
He couldn't.
Who's that with you back there? I don't know who those guys are.
Let me just say, the
A lot
struggle
of
is
you
real.
people, we're actually looking for the line item for those suits. We haven't seen any of you guys in suits before.
That is a good-looking back wall, isn't it?
I don't think I'd go that far.
Well, good evening, Mr. Chairman and
do you
members.
have a do you have slides? Okay.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here today, and I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about the Department of Natural Resources and presenting the budget for amended fiscal year and fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25. While I'm not new to the department, I'm kind of a new face to stand in this role. My name is Walter Rabin, and while my predecessor is on an island in southeast Georgia, probably on about hole number 16 or 17, I have the honor and the privilege to be with you here today. I will say, as the chairman brought up, we do have a couple of new faces and some old faces in new roles, but and that's not a dig at ages. I'm just saying that some of them have been here a while. But I have my two deputy commissioners, Thomas Bernard. Many of you knew him as Colonel Bernard, who has come up to serve as deputy commissioner. And then Trevor Santos is with us as well, as also a deputy commissioner. And then I have our Director of Administrative Services, Miss Artisha Gaston. Got to at least wave to them, Artisha, so they can see you on the back. But this will be the team that you'll see working with you throughout this legislative and budget process during this session. Let me begin. I will be brief. I had 42 slides that I really wanted to present, and we're going to boil that down for the sake of time.
No questions. Thank you.
Let me begin by saying how thankful we are to Governor Kemp and Director Rick Dunn for recognizing and supporting the work that the Department of Natural Resources does. And let me say also thank you to this body for supporting the department and all the endeavors and all of the divisions that we're in charge of. I will say that the inclusion of the $1,000 supplement in the amended budget and the cost of living adjustment in FY25 is going to go a long, long ways in the recruitment and retention of our knowledgeable and experienced staff. I have spoken to many of you on our struggle to keep that institutional knowledge in-house for a career and not just 3 to 5 years. So I know that you'll continue to support those efforts. I'm going to kind of blow through, and please stop me if anyone has any questions as we go through, starting with the amended FY24 budget. The Department of Natural Resources can be found on pages 264 through 272. Again, you'll see in the first of that, I'd like to reiterate how much appreciation we have for that $1,000 supplement. It came at a very timely time during the holiday season and was much appreciated by all of our staff. The first item is on page 266, line 2, under the Law Enforcement Division. The addition of $517,000 to the Law Enforcement Division will cover equipment and vehicle costs for 6 additional game warden positions, and then we'll talk about those 6 in FY25. Our second item is a reduction of funds to align the budget with expenditures under state parks, recreation, and historic sites in the number of reduction of $55,000, and that's on page 266, line 2. Our third item takes us to the Wildlife Resources Division, and continuing on the bottom of page 266, line 2, you'll see the addition of $46,000 that will cover equipment and vehicle costs for a training coordinator to standardize division training. Currently, the training is kept up in 3 different sections within the division and is done at the region level, and certainly is challenging. A figure that I'll throw out to you is currently in our Wildlife Resources Division, 42% of that staff has 0 to 5 years of experience. So training has really become a mandate in that world and in that division. Staying with the Wildlife Resources Division, line 3 on page 266 increases funds for flood and fire hazard mitigation on Sapelo Island, particularly in the Hog Hammock community. The Sapelo Island Heritage Authority owns some lands in that community, and it is high time that we do what needs to be done to mitigate fire hazard and flood hazard with increased flooding in that community. The $590,000 that you see on line 4, also on page 266, is for environmental hazard mitigation on Ossabaw Island. The state purchased the island in '78, however, did not get full control of the island till Mrs. West's death in January of 2021. So you can imagine, over the years, there's quite a number of abandoned vehicles, scrap metal, batteries, tires, buckets that need to be removed from the island. We're estimating somewhere around 100 vehicles and probably somewhere between 60 and 80 containers to remove all of that debris off of Ossabaw Island at a tremendous cost. Lines 5 and 6 are yes items for DNR to utilize our Wildlife Endowment Trust funds for fish hatchery renovations and equipment purchases for our Deer Management Assistant Program. Both of those programs are super vital to the constituents of Georgia. When you look at the 10 hatcheries that we run, the increased cost of fuel and just fish food, and then with the DMAP program has turned into a very, very popular program that assists us with the management of deer on private land. It also allows us to do disease surveillance and data collection on private lands, something that has not always taken place within that division. This funding is going to allow us to hire 1 biologist, 3 positions, purchase 3 trucks. And in FY25, I will ask you for some drivers for those trucks. A couple of highlights in the governor's budget report found on page 7 would show you that a little over $14 million is being asked for renovations at Lake Blackshear. And then with that, I will say that that concludes the amended FY24 budget. Be happy to answer questions now, or if you'd like, I'd move on into FY25. Moving into FY25, the budget starts on page 267. Again, you'll see the appropriations for the 4% cost of living adjustment. Again, very grateful for that cost of living. These increases also reflect the billing adjustments from GTA, DOAS, and the merit system. On line 4, we get to the Coastal Resources Division. You'll see a cost savings in the reduction of $31,000 by removing landlines from that office and transitioning to strictly cell phones. Under Department Administration on line 3, you see the addition of $171,000 for the increase in rental rates from GBA for security and operational expenses. On page 268, under the Law Enforcement Division on line 4, you see an increase of $1 million to provide an additional $3,000 targeted salary enhancement for our post-certified law enforcement officers. We currently have 227 funded positions in the Law Enforcement Division. 208 of those positions are filled, and that includes the 18 cadets that are currently at Georgia Public Safety Training Center, probably doing push-ups as we speak. Continuing on page 268, line 1, under the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program, this is a true-up from FY23, leading to a reduction of $215,316 in that program. And then the only change that you see in our Parks, Recreation, and Historic Sites can be found on the bottom of page 268, line 5, and that's a carryover of the reduction of $55,000. Moving to page 269, you'll see the Wildlife Resources Division. On line 5, an increase of funds in the amount of $152,000 to hire that training coordinator that we asked for the truck and equipment for in AFY. And then line 6 shows a cost savings measure that will replace $118,000 in state funds with federal funds, and we're basically merging 2 programs within our fisheries section just for efficiency and effectiveness. Also within wildlife resources, by consolidating our hunting and fishing regulations, which for everyone in here has always been printed separately, we can, on line 7, you'll see a reduction of a little over $100,000 by merging those 2 publications. Line 8 is a true up to the Wildlife Endowment Trust Fund in the amount of $73,395. And then on line 9 and 10, we have yes to utilize our Wildlife Endowment Trust funds, again, for those fish hatchery renovation projects, and to expand that deer management assistant program by hiring an additional biologist 3 and 2 biologist 2s to assist with private land management. A couple of the highlights that you see, again, on page 11 under DNR for FY25 is we have almost $19 million for major renovations and improvements at state parks and department facilities. We have $6 million for new construction at state parks, $15 million for land acquisition of high-valued conservation lands, and then I share with the next presenter $3,300,000 for vehicle replacement and lab equipment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I know that was very quick and to the point. I know it's supper time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. You do have a couple of questions. I think you just mentioned it, that you do have, there's $3.3 million in the Gov's recommendation for vehicles and equipment. And I know that we at times have funded, I know some of heavy equipment that y'all had to replace, but how are we on your vehicle fleet? Will this help you, or are you still in need of funds to improve your vehicle fleet?
This is of great help to us. If you look at our overall fleet, we currently have around 1,000 vehicles in our fleet. That's of all of our divisions. Probably around 50% of those are probably eligible to be turned in with 135,000 miles and 5 years of service on them. But so any vehicle we get is of great help and in need.
Chairman Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for your input. I apologize for having to slip out and back in, but I want to, you may have already addressed this, but I have to ask the question. We had a conversation with Commissioner Harper from Ag, and we were talking about feral hogs, and we were talking about feral deer. I don't know if there's such a thing, but we have an abundance of deer populations in the southern part of the state that are making some significant challenges to our farmers when it comes to crop damage, and we have to find a way to address those concerns. How would you recommend moving forward?
I can tell you that we have been meeting with Chairman Rhodes and several of the other chairmen and the representatives and senators, particularly from our rural communities, and we've met with Ag Commissioner Harper on several occasions to discuss this. So it is, I think the first thing is we have to have that ongoing conversation and know that we're all still at the table trying to find a solution. We have made a lot of changes in our crop depredation permit and the way that we issue those. We've made it much easier for a farmer to get those permits. We're still trying to tweak that process so that we've gone from 3 assistants on a permit to now you can have 6 assistants on a permit. Before, we used to have to wait until there was actual damage in the field before we would issue a permit. If you call your regional office today and say, I'm planting cotton in the middle of March, then we'll go ahead and give you a permit and you can start working on those deer.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I would suggest that at the end of the day, we have to incentivize the hunter to harvest does, because most hunters will spend the entire season looking for 2 bucks and they'll let 20 does walk. And I recognize the costs associated with processing, but there's got to be programs where we can incentivize the harvesting of the doe population. We can certainly go with our friends at the University of Georgia and have them develop deer-resistant varieties of crops that might also be a support.
That's correct.
I appreciate your help in that.
Yes, sir. And when I was talking about the deer management assistant program, that's not just to get more deer in the state or just to grow more deer. That is also talking with these private landowners and encouraging them, don't just let your hunters that you lease to come in here and shoot your 2 trophy bucks and go wherever they go back to without shooting does. Please make them shoot 5, 10 does before
the
they shoot
rules
a
on my property are you can hunt, but you got to kill 4 does for every buck.
That's perfect.
Thank you.
Chairman Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations again, Commissioner. I
Thank you, sir.
appreciate you. Commissioner, you mentioned at the last there, something that's very important to me, 15 million this year. Again, land preservation, real important to me. You know, when I graduated high school, which was not long ago, I'm such a young man.
Long time
but,
ago.
there were 5 million people in Georgia, and now we got 11 million people in this state. So land preservation, we've got to do it now because it's only going to be more expensive going forward. So can you just speak briefly to maybe the long-term plan for us to make sure we're doing all we can to protect sensitive sites as the state continues to
Well, I think the
blow up in
important,
population?
the important part of that, and y'all have played a major role in that, is that strategic, looking for that high conservation land. Where are our resources that, like as you're saying, if we don't protect them now, they will go away, or they won't be available in the future, or they turn into shopping malls and parking lots. So it is identifying that, and then where do we get the most bang for the buck? Where are the
no pun
lands that
intended.
have those bad analogy, I'm sorry. But what are the lands that have the endangered or protected species such as red-cockaded woodpeckers, gopher tortoises, and where do we protect them and still provide opportunities for our hunters and anglers to access public land?
Chairman Lee Anderson.
Commissioner, thank you for your report. Thank you all, your staff, for what you do. Give us an update on what are we doing to try to promote young people to get outside and enjoy wildlife, hunting and fishing.
I can say that for sure, in Chairman or Representative Bruce sitting here on the front has thousands of kids that come out to Sweetwater Creek every year, and I've seen him baiting hooks and teaching them how to cast lines and hike and that kind of stuff. But I can stand here before you and tell you that all 4 of our divisions are completely invested in getting that next generation into paddling, hiking, hunting, fishing, just being outdoors. And we have many, many programs. I'd be happy to go into depth with those. I know, again, some are getting hungry. I can hear some stomachs growling up here. But I will say that we do spend a lot of our resources in trying to recruit and retain those people.
Representative Bruce, Commissioner must have known you were next.
I do appreciate all the work you guys do. Just so you guys know, we do this every year for 20 years now.
At least.
We stock the lake and we fill it up, and we give over 1,000 kids fishing poles each year, and it turns out to be a nice event. One of the things that you may have said it and I may have missed it is money to do reconstruction work on some of the facilities. I know about the one in Sweetwater. There's some issues with not being able to control the heat. The doors don't close properly on the facility. And so there's probably a lot of money being wasted, through utility bills and things like that. Is there something that you requested in there for that kind of work to repair the buildings?
We do, yes, sir. That dollar amount that I gave you at the 18, right at $19 million are for renovations and improvements at many of our facilities. I can say that, being the only state in Georgia that remained open during COVID brought a wave of people to our state. And that was a really, really good thing for the state of Georgia and for our citizens to have a place, an outlet to get out of the house. I will say that they all came to Georgia State Parks, and so our parks are tired, and we are. Of course, the governor has put in his recommendation to help us reinvest in those properties, but I can say that the revenues, a major portion of the revenues that we take in our state parks do go back to stuff like air conditioning units and the roofs on many of our facilities, the stuff that, if you just drive through once or twice, you might not recognize, but they are very costly if you think about the roofs and the heating and air systems in your homes, and then multiply that by a little over 70 properties just in one division.
Okay. And one quick last thing. It's quick. Senior management in facilities. I've talked to quite a few of them, and I get the question is there something in your budget request also to improve the salaries of your senior management in these parks? You know, 'cause these guys work their butts off.
Look,
And I'd love to see them be paid a wage that is, you know, commensurate with the type of work that they do.
Absolutely. I can tell you that all 1,700 of our employees are very passionate. Very, very few of them, probably I could hold on two hands, have a job. All of them have a career. They're invested in what they do on a daily basis. Could not be more proud of them. This, the recommended COLA will go a long, long ways with that. Does that get them there completely? No, but it's better than what they had, and we're going to continue to improve with that. We've got in all of our divisions, we're working with cost-based initiative incentives to allow for people to, once they get some tenure, trying to invest in their salaries.
There's one question that kind of ended up, Commissioner, I'm looking at the Solid Waste Trust Fund. I know there's a $1,000 increase for all employees. There's none here. Does that mean there's no employees assigned to the Solid Waste Trust Fund?
I would defer to your next speaker.
Okay. Gotcha.
In fact, save all the hard questions for the next speaker.
Representative Evans, please make your question quick.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just wanted to ask about the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program. And
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and so how much did we raise last year? It was like 30 million or something like that? And so
we appropriated, raised,
Okay,
yes.
appropriated.
Somewhere right there at $30 million. I can get you that
Yeah.
exact figure.
Okay, and so we were just short a little bit, short to
The
yeah.
taxes received in FY23 didn't quite match the projection.
Okay, all right. And how many programs are funded out of that usually? Like
So that is a skeletal staff. We've got 2 people that run that program and administer close to $30 million a year. We just, the Board of Trustees for the Outdoor Stewardship Program met yesterday. We'll be taking that new slate of projects to our Board of Natural Resources next week, and then we'll bring it across the street to our chairman over here. But we've just got to the mark where that program has given over $100 million
so
to
exciting.
state and local projects.
Yeah,
It's very
thank you.
amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. No more questions. I would like a listing of all the improvements and all what y'all are recommending, and also I'd love a status on the renovation work on the mansion at Sapelo.
Thank you for all your help.
No, thank y'all. So we have our last presenter who we felt needed to have special time due to the previous person that was in this role, because I know he was always just kind of got a little bit of time to talk, you know, attached to DNR. So we wanted to make sure that you had your appropriate time, and I'm sure that your presentation will be much improved from the previous EPD director, do you think?
Easily.
I'm sure we'll pay for those. I'll pay for those comments. We love you, Mr. OPB Director, because I know you're watching. Mr. Cowan, floor
Thank
is
you,
yours.
Chairman. Appreciate y'all giving me the best slot of the day and having the best for the last here. Thank you.
We knew it'd take you a while to tie that tie. It's been a while since you've had to do that. So.
It did, yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Hatchett, Chairman Tillery, and the members of the committees. My name is Jeff Cowan. I'm the Director of the Environmental Protection Division. I've been here for about 5 months now. Been with DNR for 34 and a half years, though, or 33 and a half years. I know a little bit about it. And we're under the Department of Natural Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today about EPD's budget request. First of all, I have Deputy Director John Eunice in the back, and I also have my Director of Policy and Governmental Affairs, Katie Hegarty, in the back. They have the two of the hardest jobs in state government. That's keeping me straight every day. So they really earn their pay. I first want to thank Governor Kemp and Director Dunn of OPB for the continued hard work and dedication in preparing EPD's budget. The Governor's budget recommendation you have before you today provides EPD the resources and funding it needs to succeed through the end of the fiscal year 24 and into fiscal year 25. I look forward to working with you, Chairman, you and the committees, and the whole General Assembly in this budget process, going through it. If you would like to follow along, the Governor's budget report and our budget is 264 to 272, just like the Commissioner's was. First off, and amended, we have $748,169 to support the $1,000 pay supplement for all our employees. This is a total funds cost to EPD and supports all state, federal, and fee-funded supported positions. We are extremely grateful to be fully funded on that supplement. Also, the supplement, as the Commissioner stated, was well received by our folks because it's right around the holiday. So thank you all again. We also work with the Governor on that. I'll now go into fiscal year 2025. We have an increase of $641,795 for statewide cost of living adjustment for EPD employees. This is the cost for EPD state-funded positions, which is about 41%. The total COLA will cost EPD approximately $2.7 million. We will fund the other parts through grant-funded, fee-funded, and federal-funded positions to get the COLA to the other 59%. And thanks again to the Governor for this COLA to help us recruit and retain good employees within our agency to get this portal work done. Next, we have a statewide adjustment for $430,489 for the Department of Administrative Services agency risk premiums, the Georgia Building Authority rental rates, the Georgia Technology Authority rates, and our merit system assessment billings. And there's a breakdown in there if y'all need that. But I'm going to try to be expeditious. I'm the last one, and it's getting late in the day. Next, we have an increase of $10,057 to provide an additional $3,000 pay increase for EPD's 2 law enforcement officers that help us with fraud and other things in our I&M program. Thanks to that. Next, we have it's a cut, but it's a transfer of $172,290 for 2 paralegal positions to the Department of Law. These 2 positions have been at the Department of Law for many years, but they're funded through EPD to help us. We were responsible for the administration of these positions, but they've always been managed by the Department of Law. So moving the positions creates efficiencies for both EPD and for the Department of Law. We still are able to utilize them as we go through our work, and the Department of Law is in agreement with this transfer. Next, we have an increase of $350,617 for 5 new positions to help with the agricultural water withdrawal management activities within the state. This funding will provide salaries for 3 new environmental compliance specialists, 1 geographic information specialist, and 1 data management specialist to be located in our Tifton office. In turn, these positions will work to help reduce the existing permitting and compliance backlogs we have, improve customer service, and allow for better data management for our agricultural wells across the state. There are approximately 3,000 backlog permitting actions, 1,500 backlog compliance or technical assistance issues, and this new we're going to have some new permitting programs that will come online. Frost protection has been announced, and as we work to modify our 2012 permitting suspension, these positions will not only help in the lower Flint, it'll help ag wells across the entire state. So we right now have about 11 positions, including administration, that work on 24,000 permits in the state. So this is a much needed help. This budget is a total increase of $1,260,000 and $668. So that's an increase of our last year's budget. Next, I want to talk a little bit about a true-up on the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund to align the budget collections from fiscal year 23 to this year. There's a reduction of $2,813,801. The fiscal year 24 appropriation was based on an unusually high year of collections. The folks got them in early that blowed up that year, and it made it higher. The new budget of $14.7 million is more in line with a normal collection year, so we'll get us back in line. Next, we have a true-up to the Solid Waste Trust Fund to align the budget with fiscal year 23 collections, which resulted in an increase of $200,250. Same thing, it was based on a budget year. And Mr. Chairman, we do have positions working in the Solid Waste Trust Fund, the question from last, and we can talk about that. So finally, I have a recommendation for $1.31 million in capital improvements included in the Department of Natural Resources $3.31 million line item. There's $1,050,000 to replace 7 existing lab instruments that have exceeded the manufacturer's life recommendation. All these instruments support drinking water analysis and for water systems across the state and water quality testing. And then we also have $260,000 to replace 6 vehicles that are eligible for replacement either on Department of Administrative Services replacement methodology or an expiring lease on a couple of lease cars we had. Chairman, thank you again for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and hopefully I've been expeditious enough in getting this budget out here to y'all late in the day.
Chairman Dickey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to commend you for asking for these positions for this agricultural water well permitting activities. We do, as you said, have some work to do to try to open up some more areas there for our farmers in that area. And I know there's a backlog and some work to do there. So thank you for proper former done for recognizing that and getting that in this budget. I certainly support that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, we want to get out more with the farmers too as well. You know, a lot of times sending them a letter that they need to do this or this is not well received. So we're working, my watershed protection chief and her team are working very hard to get out and talk to the farmers as well. So thank you for that.
Senator Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you being here, Director. And just wanted to follow up on Chairman Dickey's comments on these 5 positions. I hope that as they are out working, that they are able to provide some information to you and to EPD to be able to make some decisions and provide some clarity to allow these farmers to make decisions on their farming operations. They've been very patient for now 11 years waiting on people to the state to respond to them on what they need to do and how they need to move forward to improve their operations and continue to grow. So I hope to see great benefits from these positions. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator Watson, and we are working very hard to get out there and give them information. So yes, sir, thank you.
And Director, my question is the one I asked previously. It doesn't look like there's any $1,000 parked in the amended for the Solid Waste Trust Fund. Do we have any employees who are associated with the
Yes,
Solid
sir,
Waste
we
Trust
do. We
Fund?
have about 20 to 25
So they're paid on
employees that
fees?
administrate that. They're fee-funded positions, yes, sir.
Gotcha.
That's what we call them.
And what would they be looking for? Things like coal ash and tires, or?
Tires,
Tires.
working on compliance, working on carriers and everything, doing grant funding with the dedication of the funds, to grant funding for recycling, new innovative tire processes and all that, yes, sir.
Would they be out looking, so like if you, obviously the solid waste fund is generating off tires, would they be out looking to see like if a tire, the word's not distributor, seller, is dumping illegally? Are those the folks that are out looking for that?
Yes, sir. They're out looking for tire piles. We hope we continue to reduce tire piles, but yes, sir, and they go to the distributors and the people selling the tires to try to make sure their records meet with that they are not dumping them.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's all the questions. You survived.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
all very much for hanging in today. It's been a long day. Great questions. You've been very cooperative. 8 a.m. in the morning. We start with all the law people tomorrow. Thank you.